This is Kyle Juszczyk, and you're listening to Nothing But Niners.
This is Charles Haley. You're listening. This is Charles Haley. You're listening to Nothing But Niners.
So now got to start from deep in their end of the field, and Garrison Hurst takes advantage of it. He takes the handoff, swings to his right, gets to the 20. He's in the 30. Needs to cut in. He comes back up the right sideline. Breaks his hard tackle. Comes down to the 30. He's down to the 20. He's down to the 10. He's down to the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown! 49ers! 96-yard run from scrimmage. Garrison Hurst breaking tackle after tackle. Swings down the sideline. Throws off bodies like clothes after a marathon.
Young, back to throw. In trouble, he's going to be sacked. No, gets away. He runs, gets away again, goes to the 40, gets away again, to the 35, cuts back at the 30, to the 20, the 50, the 10. He died. Touchdown, 49ers.
Third down, Alex takes the snap. Alex looking down in post, and it's good. Touchdown! Touchdown, 49ers!
But it's second down. Ryan takes the snap, throws the slant to the left side. It's Russell, intercepted! The 49ers pick it, and Navarro Bowman is redemption! Navarro Bowman running it all the way for the touchdown! No greater redemption!
San Francisco 49ers, we can do whatever we want. Click, click, boom! What's going on, faithfuls? It's your boy Mike from the Nothing But Niners crew, and guys, I am back. I am bored, and I wanted to talk to the faithful, man. I've been wanting to talk to you guys for a while. A show that definitely doesn't have a bunch of, what's the word I want to say? No agenda, right? If you guys want to come in here, you guys want to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo being on the team, we can talk about that. You guys want to talk about Aaron Banks possibly being a problem, we can talk about that. Trey Lance being cut, we can talk about that. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, are they on the same page? If you guys want to discuss that, we can discuss that too. I am here to be a servant of the people in tonight's episode, okay? I don't know how long this is going to be. You guys are going to determine that, but let me run through some formalities really, really quick, just in case people don't know already. If this is your first time here on the YouTube page, you happen to stumble across this video and you enjoy it, please give us a thumbs up. Like the video, okay? It's going to help like-minded people find this video that haven't seen it already. Subscribe after that, all right? Make sure you subscribe. You enjoy the show, go back and watch a couple of the other ones. And if you really, really enjoy what we're bringing to you guys, which I know you will, subscribe. Turn on those notifications as well, because just like this video right here, I didn't send out a 2-hour warning or a 1-hour warning. This is not our normal time to start a show or anything like that. This was just because I was sitting around. I got a lot of energy. I can't go to sleep right now. And I want to talk to the faithful. So make sure you guys turn on those notifications so you know exactly when we're going live. We have a couple of social media platforms we want you guys to follow. We're going to start with Twitter and Snapchat. Those two handles are Nothing But 9, the number 9, ERS. All right. So follow us there. We have Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. All three of those are Nothing But Niners in some variation. Now, Twitch doesn't allow you to do like spaces and stuff like that. So we have to put the underscores in there. But, you know, we're going to talk about it, man. We're going to talk about it. Did I say Trey Lance? I meant to say Trey Sermon. My apologies. You guys know who's here and you guys know who's not. But we're going to talk about it. Now, the link is in the show. So make sure you guys follow us, okay? Make sure you guys, if you guys want to jump in here, just hit that link, jump in. You don't even have to come on video, okay? We're not going to take calls or anything like that, but I want you guys to pop in here. We're going to get right to the stuff. We're just going to rock this thing out, all right? If you guys don't want to even talk on the show, you want to send some emails, maybe something for me to think on later, shoot us an email, nb9ers@nothingbutniners.com. And last but certainly not least, patreon.com/nbniners. That is where the party is always rocking. I just dropped some exclusive content over there for the high tier over on our Patreon. I think I uploaded that probably like 20 minutes ago. So, you know, I am in a mood to talk. I want to discuss 49ers. I want to discuss whatever, you know, if you guys want to talk about other things, it doesn't even have to be 49ers, right? I am okay with that. All right. For those of you who don't know, I am your host. Look at me, still used to the old name, right? I am Mike Andrews 83 on Twitter. You guys can follow me over there if you want to. If you don't want to follow me, that's okay too. I prefer you guys to follow the Nothing But Niners channel because I am not that fun of a Twitter follow anymore. I think I see so much negative stuff on Twitter. I think I'm too old for Twitter. I'm starting to think that I'm just too old for it. You know, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. There was a point in time where I really, really enjoyed Twitter. But right now, there's just so much negativity going on, and it's not just football. I pride myself in having a page that is dedicated to the 49ers, and somehow the other stuff just seems to creep in, and it's physically and mentally draining. And I think about it often, like, should I just cancel it? Should I just let it go? You know, but I'm still there, and I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. But if you guys want to, Mike Andrews 83 is where it is. All right. So we're going to talk about a couple of things. You guys can type some questions in there. I'm going to pop some guests in here as they join the chat. I'm going to post it one more time if you guys decide that you want to jump in here. I'm going to take people in the order that they come, and you guys can stay on as long as you want. I'm not going to boot anybody off or anything like that. We'll click some questions from the faithfuls, and we'll answer them accordingly. All right, we'll run through them all. Let's just have some fun. Let's have some fun. You know what? We don't even have to have some fun. We can argue. I'm okay with arguing. All right. So I got someone in here already. My brother, man. Let's go. I see him down there. I see my man waiting in the wings. All right, let's go ahead and set this up, man. Let's go ahead and do this, man. Terradome is in the building, man. What's going on, big dog? How you feeling, bro?
My man, Money Mike. How you doing, my man? How you doing?
I am blessed and highly favored, man. I really am. You know, the family is doing well. I'm doing well. And anything that I have to complain about is going to seem trivial to people who are really going through something. So one thing that I've learned is that never complain unless you really, really have to. One, there's not much that other people can do, whoever you're talking to. And two, most problems should be able to be solved within. And if they are problems that I can solve for myself, that means you're blessed. So that's the way I look at things. You know what I'm saying? If it's something that's out of my hands, then, you know, you got to drop down to your knees, pray, do whatever it is that you believe in. But right now, I don't have any real problems. I would be a fool to come on the show and complain. But how are you doing over there?
I'm doing pretty good. Just taking it all in with the whole Jimmy G, Trey Lance, what's going to happen, big time thing going on, and trying to just get a sense of how this thing's going to play out. Does Trey really realize everything that's coming his way? Did Jimmy G make a move and be somewhat what we call Machiavellian? In looking around the NFL and say, you know something, I think I can play here. I sense that Trey's a little weak. Did Kyle and John make a mistake and trade up 3 draft choices? Maybe we should be looking to Chicago and we should have went that way, or in New England and went that way. How are the fans going to take it? It's a lot of Trey Lance people. It's a lot of Jimmy G people. Pros are weighing in. Cons are weighing in. Former GMs are weighing in. Guys that don't even play anymore are weighing in. But it's all for the faithful and the Niner Nation. Boy, we relevant. I'm just happy we got some decent cornerbacks this year.
Ooh, yes, we do.
I feel good. I told y'all from the onset that if you give D'Amico Ryan 2 good cornerbacks, this defense can hold people to under 17 points per game. And I am standing by that. I feel good with what we got out there and the depth that we kept coming back after the 53-man roster and with the expansion of the practice squad.
Yes, sir.
I think that's going to be excellent.
Go
ahead.
The practice squad reminds me of the draft, right? We went out there and we were like, oh, we need this safety. We need this center. We need this guard, blah, 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 right? And throughout the draft, it felt like the Niners were kind of ignoring what we all felt were the top needs. And then what do? As soon as the draft is over, this undrafted free agent. It was like, all right, as a collective, the Niners knocked it out the park, right? And then you go back and you look at the 53-man roster and some of the people that we cut. We were like, I can't believe this guy didn't make it, right? Can't believe Turner didn't make it. I can't believe this guy didn't make it. Can't believe Kimoko Ture didn't make it. And then they throw him right back on the practice squad, right? They handled the draft in the same facet, in the same way that they handled the 53-man roster. It's really, really impressive to me how this team operates. But before we jump into any of the topics here, I want to ask you about 2 things that are in your background right now.
All right.
One, that floating helmet, man. That thing has always fascinated me. Where the heck did you get that from, man? I love that.
I know. I bought it just for us in the Niner Nation and the Niner faithful, man. Ain't that sweet? I just went online. I saw my man on ESPN. He had one for LSU.
Oh, okay.
And I said, I know if they got one for LSU, they've got to have one for the San Francisco 49ers. Boy, I went on there typing. I picked her up. I said, boy, when they see him, I did it really for Wayne Breezy's show. I was like, Wayne, wait till you see this, Joe. Wait. Oh,
yeah.
It's going to be fire. With a little Bill Walsh in the background and the GOAT. I said, oh, I'm killing them out here. I'm killing them. Like you get a new Easter suit, you know.
And the other thing I wanted to ask you about is the guitar. Do you play, or is that just something that's it, or is that like what am I seeing over there? Is that an actual guitar? I only see the strings at the very top of it. So is that a guitar? Or is that like
yes, sir? It's a little Epiphone guitar, and I picked it up. I usually play the bass. I play bass, but I got my moxie up a little bit in during the pandemic. I said, let me learn how to play a couple of riffs on, because I like music. I really like music. Yes, and I just wanted to learn to play that hit with on Tupac, that Dear Mama, that and I just wanted, I went to YouTube. I just learned to do the trill and the different notes on YouTube, and my wife liked it, so hey, I'm in there.
So what we're going to do, we're going to do a little bit of a round table thing, all right? So I'm going to pop the other guests that are down there and there. We've got 2 more people down there, and we're going to click on some comments. We're going to discuss things. If you guys have some topics that you want to discuss, we're going to do that. It's just going to be a little bit of a round table on tonight's episode. Again, I don't have a planned time. We can do this for 20 minutes. We can do this for 2 hours, whatever you guys want to do. I, again, am here to be a servant of the people tonight. So you guys down there, give me a thumbs up when you guys are ready to pop in. I know that there's 2 more people down there. Melissa and LeBron is down there. So when you guys are ready, give me a thumbs up. I'll pop you guys in here. I see one there. Melissa looks like she's still getting set up. So let's pop LeBron on in here. Let's change the format to the 3.
LeBron James.
There he is. Let's go. What's going on, big dog? How you doing down there, man?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. What's good with y'all? How y'all doing?
Life is good, bro. I told and I mean it when I say that too. Obviously I'm not living the best. I would love to have more money, bigger house, blah 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 blah. But those material things don't really matter to me. I have truly found happiness with what's going on under my roof, and I don't think you could ask for much more in life, man. I really don't.
Amen. That's what's up, brother. That's what's up, man. Same thing here. Everything's good on this side. You know what I mean? That's right. What's good with you, though, man?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Man, when you can sit around and talk to LeBron at 1 a.m. in the morning, you have arrived. I'm here. It is the summer of Mike. Let me give my man Mike his flowers real quick. If y'all don't mind. It hit me I guess a week ago. And I prayed for Breezy. I prayed for Croc and any of the young brothers, man, who out here really being incredible content creators, but a lot of it came from Big Mike. Mike has the ability and the gift of prophecy. He's a prophet. A lot of the times he's seeing things and pointing out little things that nobody else is really even worried about or even sees. It comes from the book of Ephesians, the 4th chapter. They're gifts that God gave. He says some apostles, some prophets, some evangelists, some pastors, some teachers for the work of the saints, the edifying of the body of Christ. And what happened a long time ago, Mike told me he came up Pentecostal. He was in rooms where grandma or mama or somebody was praying. And this is a lot of us. There are gifts inside of a lot of us that we don't really know that got activated, and they're coming out in various forms. Because a lot of the times Mike will see something in April and it doesn't quite manifest until September. And we say, The worst thing you can say is that daggone Mike was right again. But hey, I thank you, brother, for the platform. I thank you for having us on tonight. I thank you for all that you do, even though I don't agree with everything. And you just my man. I'm crazy about you. Summer of Mike.
I truly, truly appreciate the kind words. And you're absolutely right, man. To say I had a praying grandmother, you know our Helen Baylor song, right? That will be an understatement. You know, my grandmother, my whole mother's side of the family, very, very religious people, and they say the same thing. There's a gift. They want me to tap into it more, but I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. But Melissa's joining the show now. Melissa, how are you doing tonight?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
Jersey in the house.
That's right.
Freaking
Jersey
That's
in the
right.
house.
Right.
Representing.
We're gonna have some fun now. While we get adjusted here, I'm gonna start clicking some of the questions that are in here. So this is what we'll do. We'll click a question. We'll go around the room and get everyone's opinion on said question, right? And then if you guys have something that you want to do, we'll do it in the order that you guys all jumped in here. So we'll go with Terradome. There's a topic that you want the panel to discuss. We'll discuss that after we answer a question. Then we'll do another question. Then we'll go down to LeBron. Then we'll go to Melissa. And if you guys have to go, feel free to jump out whenever it is that you want to. This is going to be a stress-free, no kind of. We're not holding anybody hostage or anything like that here. Okay, so we're gonna have some fun. So the first question that I see that is panel worthy is from Michael M. He says, do we think it's John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan messing up draft picks half of the time? Although we know it's a crapshoot. Now, he does give an out in this one. He says that although we know the draft is a crapshoot. And this probably has something to do with people hating on the third round running backs, right? You know, with Trey Sermon recently being released for the offensive lineman from Cleveland. This is something that a lot of people have been discussing lately. The 49ers have been wasting some draft picks. I would love to hear what everyone has to say. So let's start with Tara. We'll go with LeBron, then we'll go with Melissa, and just see how everyone feels on this. Is it Kyle? Is it John? Or is it a crapshoot, a combination of all three?
Well, in the military, we have a saying, you're not guilty, but you're responsible. If you're the commander of something and one of your troops goes down Friday night, gets plenty of Old English 800 or St. Ides or some of Mad Dog 2020 and bust the place up, you didn't do it. But as the captain, as the commander, you have to come down there and be responsible for your soldier. That usually starts with the title, and the title being the general manager. You are the GM. You responsible for bringing these players in. Now, you can take all of the points and all of the analytical process that Kyle wants, but ultimately, you're responsible for what brings in here, what comes in here. However you divvy it up, your name is on the mantle, your name's outside, your name says general manager, and that is under your purview. So it is you. As far as the deal with the running back this year, we did pick up TDP in the third round. I didn't really want to go that way because I knew we were going to miss Laken Tomlinson. I knew we were going to miss a very shaky at the time Alex Mack. I wanted to go tackle really bad. McGlinchey has been looking a little shaky to me since 2019. I wanted a tackle, but the responsibility falls on the GM. It just simply does.
That's a great way to look at it. You know, when it comes to the draft, the GM has the final say. You know what I mean? And we've heard John Lynch come out and say, Kyle really wanted this guy. I'm going to use CJ Beathard as the biggest example, right? Their first draft. They traded back up into the third round to go and get a guy that most people felt was going to be there much later in the draft, but they didn't want to chance it. They didn't want to leave it a chance. He wanted to get the guy for his guy, Kyle. The GM has the final say in those situations. So I like what Terry Dome is saying. LeBron, what's your opinion on it, man? The draft, we've missed on a couple of guys. And keep in mind also, we got a loaded roster. You can't expect everybody to make this roster anymore. Back in 2017, sure, every draft pick is going to make it, right? Half of them should, or more than half of them should make it in 2018. But 2019, Super Bowl year, 2020, just coming off the Super Bowl, 2021, I mean, it's going to get a lot harder to make this roster, even as a draft pick. Doesn't necessarily mean that we picked the wrong guys, but we got a stacked roster now. John Lynch won GM of the Year for a reason coming up. So LeBron, what's your take on it, man? Who's responsible for some of the misses in the draft?
All right, man. So honestly, I feel like they got to hold it as a collective. I mean, I know Kyle's definitely got a say in that. Yeah, of course, John Lynch being the GM, he holds the majority of the calls or whatever does go down. But definitely, it's a collective. Kyle, Adam Peters, it's a war room. There's more than one person in a war room. You know what I mean? It's a lot of people in there to make the decisions. So I'm gonna say it's a collective thing. I wouldn't say John Lynch is just pulling the strings by himself. You know what I mean? Kyle has players that he likes, I'm sure, and they come to the table and they talk about it. So yeah, I'm rolling with it's a collective. It's more of a collective thing.
Fair.
Okay. I like that. And yes, that is absolutely fair. Melissa, what say you? Now, we did hear from John Lynch and Adam Peters at their joint presser, right? And they credited some of these late finds, Mason being one of them, right? Jordan Mason. They credited their local scout for that. And also, to LeBron's point, it is a war room, and they have to trust the word from their scouts and all the different various people who have input in that. And it seems like they do. Melissa, who do you credit for the misses in the draft? And there's not a lot, by the way. There's not a lot, but there are some.
I'm going to blame all of them, actually. I think it's an absolute mentality, and it's not that they took a chance at a guy or maybe reached on someone like a CJ Beathard or something. I think the main issue, especially with rounds 2 and 3 lately, have been that they are getting guys that have maybe a high ceiling or they think are high potential, and then they're forcing them to play out of position. So you're getting an Aaron Banks and you're telling him to lose a bunch of weight in flip slides. You're getting this guy because he's friends with McGlinchey because they went to the same school. Like, you passed on to Creed Humphrey, who is a much better fit for your system because he is that kind of guy that can do all 3 inside positions. But you let your players sway you, and you thought that bringing in his teammate would help his productivity. So you would kind of validate that first overall pick from a couple of years ago. Like, there are some things that are super sketchy that this team does. You bring in Kinlaw, you pick on his weight. You had Solomon Thomas, and you had this guy, and you kept messing with him, knowing that he's a natural inside position. Like, Eric Armstead really just took off lately because he's inside again. Like, so I have major issues, not with just maybe some of the names. Like, I still hold Creed Humphrey close to my heart because that was like my first big draft crush, and I thought he fit well. But I think this whole telling players to stop what they've been doing their whole careers, that is pure instinct, that they don't have to think about it, that they don't have to flip it. Like, at the end of the day, they all are culpable because they take these players knowing that they're doing a Giovanni Clowney to them, and they're telling them to change their weight, change their style, and forcing something that shouldn't be done in the first place. So I know some of it's on the player, but I mostly blame the organization for not doing what's right by their system and by what they need. So
that's a very good point. And on that, I'm going to ask you guys a quick question, just a quick yes or no, and then we'll get the Aerodome, right? Because Melissa mentioned Solomon Thomas. That was the one pick that I absolutely hated, and that was their first pick as a new regime, right? And I was there in Philly. I don't know if you guys saw our draft show. That was actually our first live show here on Nothing But Niners. We're down there at the draft, and they kept asking me over and over, who do you want? And I kept saying anyone but Solomon Thomas. I was high on. We know we needed a pass rusher, right? And I was like, come on, guys, you guys got to get Derek Barnett. He's right there. Just take him. And this is the yes or no question to you guys. If John Lynch wasn't sitting in the classroom with that guy, do you guys think we would have taken him? Just a quick yes or no from everybody.
Absolutely not.
Nah, not at all.
No.
Nah.
I think that had something to do with it, but I also think that Kyle has made it abundantly clear that he always starts with the defensive line. And I think they like picking guys that are from California. You see a bunch of guys from Fresno and stuff. So I think a lot of it had to do with Lynch, but I also think a lot of it had to do with Kyle.
It's a very good point. And I like what you said about the cross training and all that. They pride themselves on having versatile players, but when you go out and draft Mike McGlinchey with your first pick in the first round, and he only played left tackle, Then you say, all right, get on over there to the right. And I don't know if you guys remember week 1 or week 2, that same season, his rookie year, he had to bump inside the guard because we lost the tackle. I don't know if you guys remember that. He had to go play guard. They pride themselves on cross training, but sometimes it can be detrimental to how players develop. Sometimes you should just go out there. If you need a left guard, go out and draft a guy that played left guard. Don't go out there and get a guy that played right guard or right tackle and try to move him to left guard. So I understand what Melissa's saying as well. So it's a good conversation. I like everybody's answers here. It's the team has to do right by the players, and that was what Melissa's point was. So
it's also my biggest pet peeve from this offseason. Like, we spent way too much time trying to make Brunskill into a center, knowing that he just can't play center, and we didn't actually develop a center, knowing that Mac retired and knowing that this has been a position that we keep having a turnstile at. So, and
then the two guys that we had as rookies, Donovan West and Jason Poe, that played actual center, we let them both go with the final cuts. And then we luckily, fortunately, knock on wood, right, we were able to get Poe back on the practice squad.
And I only think that Brundle's being the center because Trey Lance stood up for him.
Not only did Trey Lance stand up for him, he was the center for the second team. So he worked with Trey Lance all last year. He was Trey Lance's center. So there is a rapport there. And I will say this, if we have to go into a season with a new quarterback, I want him to have a center that he's comfortable with. We saw some errant snaps from some of the other guys they were trying at the position. So we kind of had to go with the lesser of all the evils, and that was going to be Jake Brendel this season. So good point there. Terradome, if there's a topic that you want us to discuss, the floor is yours to present it before we go to the next question, and then we'll go ahead and do a roundtable discussion on it, and we'll get to the next question. What do you got for us?
Well, we might as well go ahead and get into it. It's the elephant sitting in the room. The presser for Jimmy G and Trey. I was so interested in how Mike Andrews looks and breaks down and parses and divides words and comes away with certain things. He's got a gift of prophecy. And boy, he sees some things that we don't necessarily see. So as I do in poker, I'm going to check back to Mike Andrews because I was so looking forward to you. I was on Twitter. I was on Nothing But Niners. I was on YouTube. I was like, I want to hear how Mike viewed those pressers. I want to hear word for word because I know when he said this, did y'all hear him say that? And that meant that, and this is that. Come on with it, Mike.
All right, so I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've been the person that says Trey Lance isn't going to be bothered by this move, right? I've been the person saying, we drafted him to be Jimmy's replacement. He shouldn't be looking over his shoulder. It should have been Jimmy last year, and now here we are this year. And I was steadfast in it. We signed Jimmy as the backup, and I'm like, this is good for the team. We have the best backup in the NFL. But I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I was watching Trey Lance's body language, the way he was answering some of these questions, and I heard him going back and forth with his thoughts. Now, this isn't just this presser that they did together, but even previous ones, right? The one right before, the last time we heard from Trey before this one, they asked him a question. They said, how often do you talk to Jimmy Garoppolo? And he said, it's just in passing. Right now, the people I bounce my thoughts and ideas off of are Sudfeld. He's a veteran. I appreciate that. And Purdy, those were the guys that he was in camp with. I only talked to Jimmy in passing. But then you go and watch this joint presser that they had. Well, not joint because they weren't together at the podium at the same time. But you know what I mean. It went from Trey to Jimmy. And he was like, oh, I'm happy to have Jimmy here. He's a good guy, someone I can always talk to, blah, 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 blah. And then you realize that Trey Lance is playing the corporate game. He's going to the podium and he's saying what needs to be said, not so much maybe what he's thinking or how he actually feels. And I was one to say, he's not going to be bothered by this at all. Listen, guys, I might have to walk that one back. I might have to take back that he's not going to be bothered by it. I think that not so much that he's going to be looking over his shoulder, but it's going to be, it's more about like, this was my team. And there is a large portion of this fan base that says Jimmy should still be the starter. Right? You've got all these national people covering this team, and they're saying, well, Trey Lance isn't ready. He's not ready. Now, we all know, as fans, as football fans, right? Forget Niners for a second. We all know the only way players get ready is through experience, right? So the national people, Mike Silver, his cohorts, right? Colin Cowherd, him and Mike Silver are like this. There's an agenda there. I won't get to that unless it comes up later on, but there's an agenda there. These guys are all saying, well, Trey Lance clearly isn't ready. Otherwise, the Niners would do X, Y, and Z. Well, how do they expect this young man to get ready without playing? You want to force him to get ready, or is it enough to just let him get ready through repetition? You know what I'm saying? There's this book out there by Bill Parcells, 10,000 reps. That you know what I'm saying? That was the focus of what he was talking about. You're going to perfect your craft after 10,000 reps of doing something. And it's time to let Trey Lance go out there and do this. But to be 100% transparent, I didn't like what I heard from Trey Lance. And he knew it was going to be the Jimmy presser. He was well aware of it going into it. There's a reason that nobody else spoke except for quarterbacks on that presser. It was, how do you feel about Jimmy being here? What do you think about Jimmy? And he said all the right things, but were they the honest things? And I just don't, I can't say with conviction that they were the honest things. What does the rest of the panel have to say about this? Because
that's what I was looking for, Mike. I knew you'd find it. Boy, the gift of the prophecy. And I spoke on that on Ephesians 5 because you said some apostles, some prophets, some evangelists, some pastors, some teachers. See, the teacher is the small one. The pastor is married to the church. The apostle can touch all four of those things, all right? But that prophet can point stuff out. And that's what Mike do. He points stuff out. I heard not only that, but I'm interested in what you heard from Jimmy G as well. Because Jimmy G seems like he's got a little air about himself now. And yes, I'm back. I'm here. Yeah, I know. Human nature is human nature. It is. And the example I used was, you get married to a lady who had a husband before. This was her ex, and y'all move into the house, and then she come to you a week before y'all supposed to, have y'all house together, and say, "Oh yeah, my ex gonna live here too."
But all right.
It ain't no problem.
Don't
no problem. The kids got two daddies now. It should be great. It should be wonderful.
Mike, don't go where you went on the hive with your own life story.
See, Melissa knew her.
Don't you dare do it again.
Mike, I know your little story. I know you got Don Juan magic with you.
All right.
I'm thinking of the regular dudes out there.
Before I give my take on the Jimmy thing, I do want to hear from everybody else about what you guys thought from Lance and Jimmy. You guys can give us both, and I'll give you guys my Lance take, and then we'll get to the next question. I mean, my Jimmy take, and then we'll get to the next question. So let's go with LeBron and then Melissa on what you guys thought and how they felt, their body language, their demeanor up there. And do you think, how sincere do you think those guys were in what they were saying?
Well, to be honest with you, man, I feel like when it comes to Trey Lance, he's always got that right answer for the media. He's been media trained very well. Every time I've seen him speak, bro, it's like as if he knows what's coming at him, and he's been briefed and he knows what to give him. And I agree with you 100%. I don't know how truthful all of the stuff that he was saying was, but when it comes down to him knowing what to say, 110%, he always knows what to say. Now, as far as the Jimmy Garoppolo thing, I don't know about y'all, but what I kind of felt like Jimmy has some, I don't want to say animosity, but Jimmy seemed like he wanted this to go a different direction. Like he was ready, he was done, he was looking for another team. Once the options were on the table, he was like, okay, coming back is the best option because they couldn't get a trade. But I got from Jimmy that Jimmy was deuces. Jimmy was on his way out and he wasn't looking back. You know what I mean? So yeah, Trey Lance, like I said, he's media trained, and y'all all see it. It's kind of robotic almost when it comes to Trey, and he speaks to the media. It's always the right answer. You know what I mean? And then Jimmy, like I said, I don't know what y'all saw. I want to hear what y'all say, but to me, it seemed like Jimmy wasn't. It was like this is the best thing going, and I'm gonna roll with it. But he didn't want to be here. I feel like Jimmy was done, and he was ready to roll.
Melissa, what do you think? I like that, LeBron. I'm gonna touch on that. I promise you, I'm gonna touch on that. But I want to know what Melissa thinks before I touch on it.
Honestly, I haven't watched the pressers lately because, quite honestly, they're kind of full of a whole bunch of bull crap that just makes me want to punch my devices and break walls. But based on what I've seen, right, the very first presser we got this year, it was Trey ready to take over. It was right before he was named starter, but they were asking about Jimmy. How's your relationship with Jimmy? Have you seen Jimmy? How's Jimmy looking? And he made some off the beat comment. It's the one time he's slipped up, in my opinion, and he goes, I really thought this was over and I was going to be asked about this 5 times or however many times. It's the one time that he let slip that it was getting to him, constantly being asked about Jimmy. Well, it's his team finally. It's he's 22. He's finally going to get his dream to start for these guys. These guys are respecting him. They've been building him up. And then the media just won't let it go that it's all about Jimmy, because that's all they want is that quote, that the instigation, we're going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until we get that thing that we want out of these players. And I think a lot of the players for a while now have been at that point where they're we're at the Super Bowl, we're at the championship game, and we're still being asked about this quarterback. We're sick of defending this quarterback. And quite honestly, Mike knows this because I've yelled at him quite often in the Niners Hive comment section. I hate this decision. I'm not for this decision at all. And I honestly think if it wasn't for the guaranteed money, Jimmy would have never signed back, because he was going to make just under $3 million if he didn't get the injury settlement. And then the team going to cut him. So he just made double what he was going to make, and he has it absolutely guaranteed. And he can just kind of say well, I was there, I was supportive, maybe take a chance on me next year. I think this is very selfish of Jimmy. So like I said, I haven't seen the new pressers, but I think it's a really bad situation this team has put Trey in, and I think Garoppolo is just a really toxic presence, and I really want him gone. So that's just my opinion.
All right, that's interesting. Can you guys still hear me? We good?
Yes.
All right. So the word that I'm going to describe Jimmy Garoppolo's demeanor is defeat. All right. So Jimmy goes through this entire offseason. His camp is doing their job. Jimmy's camp, his agent and all that, his circle, whoever it is that he's talking to and is listening to, they're gonna gas him up. Bro, don't worry. Look at your win percentage. Look at what you've done. The 2 years that you were mostly healthy, Super Bowl and an NFC championship game. You guys were right there. You were in both of those games. You're good. We're gonna find someone for you. And then a couple of months ago, we heard Kyle and John Lynch come out and say, we are giving Jimmy permission to seek a trade. Well, that was interesting because we had already known that the team was trying to trade him. So now it's all right, well, you and your camp go out there. Don't take our word for it. We want you guys to go and see what the market is for Jimmy. That market didn't exist, right? And now you got to echo back to some of the other things that Jimmy said. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. It was rough having someone drafted to replace you and having to play through that entire season knowing that, there's someone waiting to take your job. So then fast forward to this last presser, and you look at Jimmy's body language, right? And Jimmy's normally, he was smiling. He was doing his best. He put on the best facade that he possibly could. But the truth of the matter is, I think Jimmy felt defeated. Nobody wanted me. Yeah, there would have been some conversations if I was cut, but no one was going to trade for me at that value. Now, the reason that's important is if teams don't think that you're worth $25 million, that means that they don't think you're good enough to do what they're going to ask you to do when you get there. There were a lot of teams that said, well, let's renegotiate this contract. Let's see if we can restructure this somehow, right? But the problem is you had the surgery, and what happened was that bumped you all the way to the end of the line of all the other quarterbacks that were available. Now, we saw it play out. I won't rehash it in all the different teams that traded for quarterbacks and signed free agents and so on and so forth, right? But you can't tell me that if Jimmy didn't have that surgery, if Jimmy was healthy during this offseason, he wouldn't have been at the top of a lot of teams' lists. We know for a fact that there are some teams that are out there that would be better off with Jimmy than what they have right now, right? So when Jimmy comes to this presser and he's saying, I didn't think it was going to be like this, but I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that wondering about my future is over, and we'll worry about things going forward when that time comes. That's defeat. Jimmy sounded defeated to me. Well, we tried, we couldn't get anything. This was the best option that we had. We're going to do this. I don't think it's a coincidence that the team did this right before the final 53 cuts. It was the day before, the night before, right? I don't think any of that is a coincidence. They went as far to the wire as possible to see if there was any takers for Jimmy Garoppolo, and there wasn't one. So now reality has to set in. Nobody wants me at that rate. Let me be very clear with what I'm saying. At that rate. Nobody wants me at that rate, right? So he has to come in here. He has to swallow his pride and say, all right, this is the best chance that I had. Like Melissa said, this is going to give me more guarantees than what I was going to get had the Niners release me. I got to do what's best for me. I can't even say for me and my family, because as far as I know, he doesn't have any kids. As far as I know, I don't even think he's in a long-term committed relationship or anything. So, this is the Bachelor. And as a Bachelor, hey, you want to pay me $6.5 million to sit on the bench and hold a clipboard? So be it. I'll take that. But it's not what I wanted from myself. If you're a competitor, if you really believe in yourself, there's a part of me that says Jimmy would say, you know what? No, I don't want to be your backup. Just cut me and I'll see what happens. Someone's going to come calling.
Yeah, but you're talking about like someone who has an actual competitive side. This guy doesn't have that competitive drive.
And
if he did, he would not keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. If he had that competitive drive, he would have taken Mike Shanahan, taking him under his wing and trying to make the most out of him when he was injured in 2018 more seriously.
Well, so
no, Mike Shanahan worked with him when he was injured after the Chiefs game.
Oh, really?
And he was working with him, just the two of them, Mike Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo, all throughout 2018 while he was rehabbing and everything else.
Oh, you gave me some news. Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know how fair. I don't know how fair that is to say, because every player is different. Some of them kind of take it as their own. I don't know. I don't know if that's fair to say. Go ahead.
And I also think that why I shook my head about what you said about the surgery is that I think that Julian Edelman, whether we like him or not, is a heavily respected player around the league. Yes, so when he went on that podcast and he backed up, I believe, the McCourty guy that first came. Marcellus Bennett, thank you. So when he backed him up and said that, Jacoby had the hair in his hand, in his throwing hand, and he still came out and played when Jimmy decided to bench himself, I think that was a big red flag for a lot of teams that might have been thinking about taking a chance on this guy because he wins. Because if he's going to bench himself and look out for himself, a lot of teams, whether you're winning or not, are not going to take a chance on you. And most of those kind of teams that are desperate for their quarterbacks, like the Giants and the people who have been in constant rebuilds, they're not going to want that kind of energy in their locker rooms with a brand new coach that's fighting for their life and not trying to get more than 2 years.
Right. Yeah. So, for example, to what Melissa was saying there, right? Like, imagine if you're the head coach of the Panthers, okay? Matt Rule, I believe is his name, right?
Yeah.
He's been there for 3 years now, and they haven't won anything, right? This might be do or die for him. He might be the first head coach fired this coming season, right? And do you want to take that chance on the guy that the story came back up that he backed out on the team? Not only did he back out on the team, he took all the starting reps, and then the day before the game said, you know what? No, I'm not going to play, right? That was a business decision. Now, the one thing I want to give a little bit of pushback to Melissa's take was that he didn't take to the coaching. What if Jimmy sincerely did, and he's just not good enough? See, so we always think that, you can get better, make better decisions. But if his brain is wired a certain way, he's gonna look at all the data in front of him every time he takes a snap, and he's gonna come up with an answer. That answer just might not be the right one. I don't think that Jimmy wasn't trying to get better. I think that we've seen Jimmy's ceiling. I think that's what it comes down to. I think we've just seen the best that Jimmy has to offer, and when the chips are on the table, when you need him the most, he doesn't typically come through for you. And we have 2 full postseasons of 3 or more games every year to back that up. When the game is on the line, the biggest games of the year. I tell you what, you can ignore the postseason. Look at what we needed against the Rams in week 17 to get into the postseason this past season, right?
Yeah.
That first half of the game, every time I watch that game, and I know the outcome already. Watching that game again, I'm like, there's no way we're gonna win this game. There's no way we're gonna win this game, right? It took a second half miracle for us to win that game. We had no business winning that game against the Rams, but
hey, I felt the same way. I felt the same way. What, week 15 against the Titans? We needed that game.
We needed that one.
We had that game won. And it just seemed like Jimmy did everything he could to throw that game away, bro. We had that game. So, go ahead, Mike.
And Mike, against them Cowboys, man, we were commanding. I mean, I was beating my chest because you know how many Cowboy fans are around. And Jimmy was like, oh, let's make it a game for him, y'all. Let's get some drama going. Oh, let me throw this pick.
Right, let's make it closer than it has to be.
Yes, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? And I was in Green Bay for the playoff game. Let me tell you something. Hey, I done been cold before, but hey, man. When dude was drinking this beer, and we was talking a little bit, we gotta get Debo this, we got it. And he's, hey guys, I gotta go by the fire. I got my beard unfroze. This is pregame. Dude, you ain't want it.
And it's a different.
Go ahead.
It's a different kind of cold. Can y'all see me?
You're frozen. Now you're gone.
You went away.
There it is.
Sorry. You're back.
It's a different kind of cold when your team is struggling. You don't know how the outcome is going to go, right? Like that game wasn't won because of the offense. It was strictly special teams. The blocked field goal is a 6-point swing, and then the block punt for a touchdown. That's 7 points. That we won the game with 10 points. Like that's the difference in the game right there. It wasn't Jimmy. It wasn't the offense.
Did you just give credit to my guy Jordan Willis, who was part of both of those blocks?
You know how I feel about Willis. Willis is the guy.
Look, I was up there, man. We had great seats. Shout out to my wife D. She might be watching. She in the bedroom watching a rom-com or something. But we were in like the end zone where the players come.
Yeah.
At halftime. And it was like moments after Jimmy had thrown that pick down in the red zone on, I think it was a 1st and 10. He was trying to force one into Kittle, threw it behind him, and got a pick down there. Hey, man, I had to come and apologize to my apostle and apologize to the great fans of Green Bay. I was that one sitting in row 7, seat 11 over there. When they came off that field and I saw that number 10 and I done flew up here and I'm standing out here with my wife and this -1 and then the snow started falling and you out here blowing this thing. Oh, bruh, let Burning Mac.
You had some choice words for him, didn't you?
Ain't nobody got nothing on me for what I gave them. I went back to 1995. Fort Bragg, North Carolina, you knew my presence. And then Bree said,
some choice words
at halftime. I said,
Not
I
mad at
for these tickets and out here in this cold, and you out here throwing it in the red zone on 1st down, and then jogging off the field like, he came off early. He came. Rest of the team over there. He coming off early. You gonna get this work today? And then I told the coaches, oh man, I had turned around and I'm sorry, because Green Bay got some real cool fans. If you ever go up there to Green Bay, please, every football fan, please take a trip to Green Bay, Wisconsin. Don't go in January. Go ahead and go in September or October.
Their
real
cool
nice.
fans are a little bit cooler
Trust
because of
me,
the temperature, right?
that if I won free tickets to go to Green Bay, that's the one city I can't go to. I can't be in a city surrounded by Packer fans. I have a brother as one, and I can't deal with a whole city full of those crazy motherfuckers.
They are so.
I couldn't do it.
Everything is so nice. I'm certain that the whole they welcomed us. They congratulated me after we won.
Mm-hmm.
They were cool people. They're top notch and classy folks. I've been around them Cowboy fans. I'm from Virginia. I done been around Redskins. Hey, y'all from Jersey, you know not to go to Philadelphia. We 49er fans, you don't go to Oakland.
Oh no.
I'm telling you, Green Bay's a place. But that night, oh yeah, I had to give Jimmy that work, man. Jimmy heard me. Jimmy know who I am.
Mm-hmm. LeBron, you wanted to jump in? I saw you take yourself off.
No. I was just gonna agree with Melissa because I'm from Southern California and I'm used to the hot weather, bro. I'm used to the heat. There is no way you getting me out there in Wisconsin eating no cheese, homie, in negative 30 degree. I ain't doing it, bro. I'm good, son. I'm good. I can't do it, boss.
I respect it.
I just knew after that. I said, we want to go to Oakland. It's done.
Hey, but
I will deal with the cold, but I will not deal with a bunch of crazy ass cheese fans. I have one in my life, and that's more than enough for me.
They was cool. They were very nice people.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying personally for me, I've been cheesehead out. I can't deal with it.
Okay, you might have
my two
got
best
your daily allowance.
Both Packers fans told me, so I can't do it.
I got you. Yeah, no, my boy is a Packers fan, so we always.
And I still haven't forgiven Mike for saying that he would trade up George Kittle for Aaron Rodgers. I remember that from 2020.
Goodness. Well, that was back when they were trying to.
I told you he was a crazy ass person that nobody should take a swing on, and you kept saying trade.
You can't convince me that if we had Aaron Rodgers, we wouldn't have had 2 Super Bowls by now.
No,
you can't convince me that.
No, because all he cares about is his turnover rate. All he cares about is that turnover rate and not having as many interceptions as Brett Favre did. It's the only stat that he actually cares about.
He do love his QB rating. Yeah.
I just want to say, if we did have Aaron Rodgers with that hardball team that went to 3 straight NFC championship games, you mean to tell me we wouldn't have won at least 2 of those?
It'd be done.
And then with the team that we got now with Aaron Rodgers,
it'd be done.
3 of them things.
It'd be done.
Exactly.
3 of them things.
And that's what my point. That's all my point was. But we have another question here from the chat. Here, I'm not going to try to say this person's name. No disrespect, but I have no idea how to read this this title here, but it says yes, exactly. Did you see that Sherman said Jimmy and Lance was good friends, but we've seen how last year was Jimmy stayed away from him. What are your thoughts? And this is sort of what we talked about here. Jimmy didn't come out and say it, right? Now we heard Tannehill say it's not my job to train another quarterback or anything like that. But I do believe that Jimmy kind of feels that way. I know why this kid is here. This kid is here to succeed me at my position. I don't need to train him up. That's their job. And I know that it's not the right thing to say in football, but I can't fault the man for that. Y'all want me to tell a player, hey, train him to be better than you so you can lose your job? I would never do that. I'm not mad at a player for not wanting to help a guy get on the field sooner. That's if you're a true competitor. Now, I will say this. I have talked to Eric Davis. I've had him on our show multiple times. We have a text thread going, things like that. And he's been asked by me. He's been asked by other people, how do you feel when that happens? Every year, the Niners were drafting corners trying to replace me. And I did coach him up because I want what's best for the colors. Not everybody's wired that way. That's a very, very old school mentality. And this ain't the old school. This is not the same league that Eric Davis played in. So I do understand what he was saying with that. But Sherman said a lot of good things in that podcast that he did. But this one in particular, you got to go back and look at it. Like I don't think that they're as close as they say they are, Lance and Jimmy. I don't think that the friendship is what it is. If they were friends like that, I think they would have had better communication than just speaking to each other in passing. This is a very long off season. Jimmy not checking on anybody from the 49ers. He thought he was done. He thought he was done with this team. And no one, like I said, no one wanted him at that rate. He had to renegotiate, and he's where he is now.
Well, Mike, at its surface, it's one way. I mean, if we just look at it, totally grayless, nameless faces and positionless. Yeah, you can be a certain kind of way with your subordinate coming in or the new jack coming in. You can help them out. We've seen this before with other positions and things of that nature. Let's say, for example, D Ford, who I am so glad we let go of, because Ford is Ford, frequently out rehabbing daily. Y'all will get that when you go home. What if he stayed, took a big pay cut, and helped out Drake Jackson? It would be cool. It would be understood. It'd be all right. We understand who the new jack is coming in and who the old one is, and it would be, ingratiating. But we're talking about the quarterback position. We're talking about that position, as Al Pacino said, in Any Given Sunday. It's at the top, kid. It's at the top. It's different. It's different dynamic. It's different. Everything rises and falls. We don't say, that our cornerback outdueled the other cornerback. We don't say our center was better than your center. Or we don't say, boy, our receivers out-receivered yours. They say, hey, it was a duel. It was Mahomes versus Josh Allen. It's that guy. He's the face of the franchise. Russell Wilson just got that Walmart money. You understand what I'm saying? And Lamar Jackson looking at there, he said, I swear, and Greeny on there said, is that ice? Is we?
Jackson know what's coming.
Quarterback different.
Absolutely, 100%. Now we have a super chat here from Troy. He said, with Trash Can Jimmy on the team, this shows the coaching and the owner doesn't believe in Trey 100%. It's sad. I love my floating helmet too. Fanatics. I can't disagree with this statement more. Not the floating helmet thing. I don't think that this has anything to do with the belief in Trey. I don't. I really, really don't. And I have my reasons for it, but I want to hear from the panel first. Swan can't give us a thumbs up, but when you're ready, type in the private chat that you're ready, and I will bring you in here, Swan. So let us know when you're ready. Guys, I want to get your. Oh, he ready right now. Okay, cool. So he's going to be just a voice. He's going to be just a voice. He's in here audio, but I want to hear from the panel here, guys. Do you guys think that this move says that they don't believe in Trey Lance 100%? What are your thoughts on this? You're on mute, bro. You got to take yourself off mute, Terry.
Mike, on his face, man, you gotta say. It looks a certain kind of way. It looks like you don't really believe in the kid.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that at all. But convince me. Someone out there convince me. One of y'all? There's 4 of y'all in here right now. All right, Melissa says you got something. All right, let me pop Melissa up here.
Okay, so I hark back to the win-loss record for Kyle Shanahan. Everyone keeps saying that he's lost more without Jimmy than he has with Jimmy, right? And now that they have this roster built the way they actually wanted to for this whole regime, I think they are not willing to let go without having some kind of compensation for Jimmy, which I think is really stupid and selfish. But besides that, I also think that they don't believe in Brock Purdy, and I believe that they are not willing to risk Trent Williams and George Kittle and Fred Warner and like the big stars of the team to lose another whole year of their careers, like in 2018, like in 2020, to be inconsistencies at quarterback in case some freak injury happens. So I think A, they want the pick, and B, they don't want to have that whole dichotomy that the Niners can't win or Shanahan can't win without Jimmy Garoppolo. So I think for both reasons that they decided, okay, well, we're going to let Sudfeld go and we're going to get a more reliable guy. So just in case the worst case happens, we're not left unawares and we're scrambling to have 4 to 6 wins again. Like, I honestly believe they're playing scared, and I think they are absolutely doing what Jed York wants, because Jed York has said multiple times that he would be willing to pay Jimmy for 1, 2, 3 more whole years and let Trey sit at the bench. So I think it's a little bit of everything. And back to your point from before, they don't get along. Like, this is not a new thing. Like, you remember last year we always said that this team doesn't leak when we were talking about the pick at 3. And then all of a sudden, the week 3 game with Kyle Juszczyk that I hate so much happened at Green Bay, with Green Bay. And Jimmy came up to the podium and you started getting those leaks. Like, he was upset that he got them into the red zone, and then Trey Lance came in for that running in touchdown. Like, you would hear all those things about how Jimmy's camp, all of a sudden sources were saying that he was unhappy that they went behind his back, and instead of helping get players to help Jimmy, they went and got his replacement. And you got all these leaks for like a month straight. Like, so I think their relationship is probably healthier than like the Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. I think they're healthier than the Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. I think they're healthier than Tannehill and Malik Willis, but I don't think that that's ever been healthy. I just think that Trey happens to be a very classy young person who knows how to get along with people and to not give the media any big sound bites.
All right, I like that. I got you, LeBron. I see you
So
down there. Then we're gonna get my man LeBron's take.
Yeah. I think more so it was a insurance policy, being like you just said, Melissa, they don't trust Sudfeld or Brock Purdy to be the guy. Plus, you got to remember, it's an unknown what Trey Lance is going to be. We can speculate all we want. We can say that Trey can run the offense. Trey's going to be the guy. But at the end of the day, it's an unknown. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen him do it. And this roster, if you ask me, this is a Super Bowl quality roster. Why waste a year on Trey? Let's say Trey's not the guy. This will be a year wasted. So, the cards didn't fall the way Jimmy wanted them or the team wanted it to fall. Let's just go ahead and bring them back. I see it more as just an insurance policy. You know what I mean? It's let's cover all of our bases. Let's have what Kyle Shanahan called 2 starting quarterbacks on the roster, and let's roll with that. And, hey, we might not never see Jimmy. Trey might take off, and Trey might just be the guy, and we might not never see Jimmy play a game and get the compensatory pick for him later. You know what I mean? And still get paid for him. But honestly, I don't feel like this shows that they don't believe Trey is the guy. At the end of the day, it's unseen. None of us can sit here and say we know exactly what Trey Lance is going to be. We don't know. It's unseen. So let's just cover our bases, and maybe Trey gets hurt. You never know, but let's just cover all our bases and bring Jimmy back. You know what I'm saying? And run it from there. That's what I see.
Can I ask you one quick question? You brought up the compensatory pick. Are we even sure we're going to get a compensatory pick with all the 1-year deals we have? We just signed 2 more 1-year deals with Jordan Willis and Tyler Kroft. Like, isn't there like a tick for tack? Like, you only get picks depending on how many people you actually bring back. So
it's going to be based off of what we do next offseason.
The Niners have been one of those teams that get more compensatory picks than almost any other team in the league. We find a way all the time to get them. Okay. So I'm not going to sit here and say that we might not get one. Plus, I believe it's off the wages or something like that. And if Jimmy doesn't play, if Trey runs the entire season and Jimmy doesn't play and someone signs Jimmy and he's a starter next year, guaranteed we will get a compensatory pick.
Okay. That's why I didn't know. So that's why I thought since y'all are here, I'd get your thoughts on it.
And my example to people for that in particular is when, look at what Kendrick Bourne signed for in New England. The fact that we got a comp pick from that transaction alone, you have to expect Jimmy to sign for a decent deal and to contribute to a team's success more than what Kendrick Bourne did, and we still got a comp pick for it. So I would expect us to. Now, Swan, I know you've been waiting to get this off, man. Talk to us, man. You tell me, did this team not have faith in Trey Lance? Is that why they brought back Jimmy Garoppolo?
No, I don't think. I mean, there was points when I thought that when the first news came in, it wasn't. That's how I thought it, right? But then after kind of processing all of this, I don't think that's the case. It's one thing that you could tell with Kyle is that he always puts the truth out there, right? Of what he's going to do. He might not repeat himself, but you can always go back and find a truth of what he said. And like if you backtrack and you go, yeah, he said it. And like last year with Jimmy was that, hey, they were committed with Jimmy. He said that right off the bat. Hey, he's their starter, right? So it's like, and the only time he thought about pulling Jimmy was when if we were going to be out of the playoff race, right? At that point, it's like, what's the point? I might as well develop the kid, right? In this situation, there is none of that, right? Because let's say I'm not saying that it's not going to be a conversation, right? So let's say we're in a game. I mean, I hope it doesn't go this way. If we think this team is as good as it is, let's just say, hypothetical, that they are on a brink of missing the playoffs, right? And Trey's hasn't played very well, right? He's got to look bad to me, honestly. He has to be bad. If he's decent and he's not the sole reason why they're losing, I don't think they go to Jimmy. Because think about it. We've seen what it's like with Jimmy already, right? Yeah, sure. There's a chance that you can win a Super Bowl with Jimmy, but chances is slim, right? It's like, when does it ever happen when a mediocre QB wins the Super Bowl? And if they do, that mediocre QB actually produces in that game or manages it really well, right? If you look at all the QBs that have won it that you didn't, like Doug Williams, right? Good QB, not crazy though. Like he's mediocre, right? And then kills it in the Washington, when they won it. He was like Super Bowl MVP. Threw for like 400 yards. Like, there's a bunch of cases like this, right? But what do we have in Jimmy? The worst fourth quarter QB of all time. Right? Like, sure. Is Jimmy a starting quarterback? Is Jimmy a starting quarterback? For sure. Right? But obviously, when no team has gone, Jimmy has his value right now. And the value is he's a backup quarterback. Right? If he was a starting quarterback, then someone would have went out and grabbed him, even with the surgery. You're telling me if we had like a talent like Mahomes and he had the soldier surgery that doesn't even have to be Mahomes. Let's say Kirk Cousins. If Kirk Cousins had the surgery that Jimmy had, which all doctors had said was like a 95 to 100% prognosis, like it's not this hardcore surgery. Teams would have lined up anyways, right? Because they know it's nothing, right? But they knew the Niners were screwed. They knew the Niners were in a situation where they're going to have to start this rookie. They're not going to sign Jimmy for $26 million. They knew. So they're like, hey, why should I trade for him? I'll just wait till he comes in the open market. But even then, when the 49ers were just saying at the end, hey, you guys find the deal. We can't find anything. Your team, you guys go find it. And they still couldn't find one, right? So I think the motivation, I don't think the motivation has anything to do with a comp pick or anything like that. I think that's more of the cherry on top. I don't think the thing is, I think they got it because they could not trust a quarterback room of Lance and Sudfeld, right? Like, they could not trust if Lance goes down, then you're going to have Sudfeld. And then like what you guys illustrated, what Melissa did such a good job, 218, 220. We've seen this, right? They don't want to go through that again, right? So if you can bring him back for $6.5 million, that's a freaking no-brainer. So now, of course, there's the locker room thing, right? We know that, Shannon, he's stubborn. They always want to do stuff outside the box because they think that, hey, what we have in the locker room can overcome this. Now, this is the point where we have to watch, because sometimes that could be seen as, hey, they can pull that off, but it also can be seen as hubris, right? When you think you go against the grain because you're confident in what you have, when everyone's telling you that's not it, and history is showing you that's not it, right? So it could be seen as hubris, or they could be heroes, and it all works out. And there is a real chance, because I know we all look at all the negative things, right? We all look at the negative things, and for sure our fan base has been crazy toxic over Jimmy. If we had to step back, it's crazy toxic. We don't trust him, right? Because there's a lot of things that I still don't know about Jimmy. I don't know if this is all the stuff that he's doing is just a facade, right? That it's just, hey, he's just really good at playing to the camera, and he's just Jimmy the nice guy. But I don't know about all that. I still, the verdict's still out on that for me, right? But if this year goes through and we do see that Jimmy is the guy that is going to back up Trey and do all those things, this might be a happy ending. This might be a happy ending, right? Because imagine if we go and let's say we fall short, right? Or we win the Super Bowl, whatever, right? And Jimmy's played his role, right? He maybe won 1 or 2 games for us when Trey's out, right? And next year comes and Jimmy does not get, again, any interest from anyone, right? I would take him back. I would take him back as a backup QB. If we went to the show and win it, and we saw, because to me, the verdict is still out. And the verdict's still out to me on the locker room too. I want to see if these guys really are committed to Trey. And if they are running scared, thinking they're going to go back to their security blanket, to me, I'm sorry to say it, that's weak ass shit. I'll say it there. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, though, that they're going to do the right thing. They're going to say the right things. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
Now, to answer the question here, and Troy is his super chat, just to remind you guys, he's saying that he doesn't believe, or he believes that this team doesn't have 100% faith in Trey, and that's why Jimmy comes back, right? And then he said also, let me see if I can find it. There was another one here. He said that we know that Shanahan is very impatient. As soon as Trey struggles, he's going to put in trash can Jimmy quick. So I don't agree with both of these statements. All right. I think that if the team wanted Jimmy, they would have made this deal earlier. Lynch and Shanahan both said adamantly, we didn't even think this was an option until a month ago when there was just no interest in him. And then the final week before making this deal with him, it was like, look, guys, this might be coming to fruition. Let's start putting together some sort of contract for him. If they thought this in the back of their minds all along, I think this would have been their agenda from the beginning. I don't think it would have taken this long. You could have signed him while he was injured and just removed all doubt from all sides. Jimmy's going to have a guaranteed job. He's going to have a guaranteed salary. He can come in here and be the backup, and we can just go forward that way. That didn't happen. And so I don't think that was the case. And then to Troy's point with, we know how impatient Shanahan is, I disagree with that also. Shanahan was sitting at 3-5, and there were literally people hashtagging fire Shanahan on Twitter. This isn't me making this up. This was a thing. This was a movement. Like, this team, they refused to play Trey Lance, He stuck with Jimmy all season long until the 2 games Jimmy wasn't healthy enough to play. I think Shanahan showed a ton of patience in that scenario. I don't think that he takes it as, oh, well, this guy's not doing what I need him to do. Let's yank him out there. Now, the argument is going to be one guy's proven, one guy's unproven, right? But what has Jimmy proven? Honestly, don't tell me about the wins and losses. What has Jimmy proven? Jimmy has proven that he's getting worse and worse every single year. The longer he's a starter, the more film that's out there on him. These teams are just taking it. They're salivating to get a chance against it. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
We literally had teams laughing and saying that they did not fear him at all.
there's like a blooper reel with his interceptions, man. They're all in the same area. They either by a linebacker or they're by a free safety over that top that they got that slant and that dagger.
Yep.
He's got 2 or 3 throws, and they're all in the between the numbers and no more than 20 yards downfield. But the fact of the matter remains, it's like out, man. It was a show on HBO years ago called True Blood, and on
I love that show.
You could glam somebody. You could just look at somebody and make them fall in love with you. Just and I don't know what it is about this cat, man. Shanahan just feels like I cannot win without Jimmy G. I need to have it's his whoopee. It's his whoopee. It's I tried to take it from the kids. I said, you can't take that to school, boo. You know, the kids gonna make fun of you. You gotta let go of that. But he just will not relinquish the reins to Trey and put a proper offensive line around this young man and give a full-throated, full-hearted consensus, unmistakable, undeniable, this is my dude. I don't want y'all to say anything else. That's it. No discussion, no debate, no time for negotiation. We are going up the road with Trey Lance, and y'all gonna shut up and you're gonna like it.
Let me ask y'all a question. Honestly, all right. If Ryan Fitzpatrick was available to be a backup and not retired, wouldn't y'all want him?
Yes, because he's not Jimmy G.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Mike, he's also been in multiple systems. He's had his good moments, his bad moments. It's like why we wanted Tyrod Taylor or Teddy Bridgewater. They have said they have gotten used to being a backup. They don't mind being a bridge quarterback. They don't mean teaching the next quarterback not to suffer their mistakes. Like that's a much healthier
Teddy Bridgewater
option.
gets hurt more than Jimmy G, though. To be honest,
and Ryan Fitzpatrick came here one Sunday and bust us up with who's that guy? Right? That cornerback named Brian Allen. Byron Allen. Byron Allen is still looking at the back of Miami.
That was bad. But my point though was that you guys would want Ryan Fitzpatrick because of his upside in a couple of games as a backup. Jimmy can give you a couple of games where he's just not terrible. That's all we need in a backup, right? Shanahan has come out and said, when I start a guy, that's my guy for the season unless I can't play him. He said it about this current situation with Jimmy here as a backup. I just think we got
how many of those games has he actually won himself? I mean, you were at the Jimmy, like you were at the Pittsburgh game. That's how all you guys finally met face to face. Like if Dante Pettis didn't come back to the ball, that game's lost. If Jeff Wilson Jr. doesn't have that freak last minute after the freaking timeout touchdown with a 0 blitz, like that game's lost. Like how many of these games are we really going to put on Jimmy's shoulders? Or are we really going to give credit to the offensive weapons that actually come through for him? Like, I mean,
defense.
Even the Week 16 game against the Rams in 2019 that everyone crows about for Jimmy Garoppolo. Wasn't it Rapp that was getting chewed out by Ramsey because he was absolutely in the worst possible position, and then they just took advantage of the play and had the two back-to-back 3rd and 16s. But they were both 3rd and 16s because we failed so badly to get to a 3rd and 16 twice.
Exactly. So shouldn't that come for you guys in knowing that means we're not going back to Jimmy unless we absolutely have to? I don't think this is a situation where Trey Lance throws an interception. It's like, time to bring in Jimmy. Everything that you guys are saying about Jimmy's play is more of a reason for us to believe that he is sincerely here to only be the backup. I
think he's sincerely here just to get a payday, but that's just me.
I mean, that's
I think that's Jimmy's motivation. Jimmy is one thing that you could say he's been pretty smart about his career. And I've always said it in 2020 when he sprained his ankle and he was practicing and he could have played in those last few games. He probably could have played, but he saw all the players are gone. Right. And what is Jimmy's one selling commodity? He wins. Right. That's his one that's his biggest sell, right? And then he
that's
saw that. It's like, why would I go in there and lose a game?
Yeah, he
Right.
That's the only
He's gonna
time
mess
I've
up his
ever
money
seen
making.
Kyle Shanahan flub at the podium so badly. He even know what the latest rumor was on his injury. It was a bone bruise. It was this. It was that. It was like not even Shanahan had an answer prepared because he even know what the hell that had been said for the reason why Jimmy wasn't even playing.
Yeah, and that's Exhibit B. Exhibit A, you go back to the Patriots, and we all know about that, right? Remember when Edelman came up on? Yeah, we all know about that. I don't need to say anything about that.
Now, I do want to get back to asking you guys any topics that you guys have for us. I did see someone asking twice what flavor hookah I'm smoking tonight. This one is called Fresh. It's just called Fresh. ... with an exclamation point. It's a very refreshing flavor. I don't know how to explain it. It's not like a specific fruit or anything, but it's got a fruity feel to it. Guys, if you're out there and you want to join the show, the link is in there. If you guys want to jump on here with us. Now, while we're waiting, LeBron, it's on you. If there's a question that you have for the panel, something that you want to discuss, we can get off of this Jimmy Garoppolo thing if you guys want to. If you guys want to stay on it, that is fine. Hey, look, I'm here. I told you guys I'm here tonight. So, LeBron, what you got for us, man? Let's see.
To be real, man, I don't have too many questions. I like that, you pulling up the questions and getting feedback from us. I ain't got too many questions. You know what I mean?
I came up with
sorry.
No,
No.
I'm sorry.
No,
No, go ahead, LeBron. Sorry.
No, okay. I did want to touch on one thing that he said though about it's not all about the compensatory picks. When it boils down to it, man, one thing that I've learned about this 49er front office is all about what they can get out of something. Yeah. It's the whole reason why we didn't release Jimmy in the first place. We don't want to release him because we want to get something out of this situation. So it's definitely has a little factor.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? It plays
it's
a part in it.
It's also why I think they waited till even after the 53 to release Trey Sermon because they were just hoping that Philly trade would come through or something, and then it never happened. Yeah. So they were like, you know what? We're just going to invest in our O-line and let lies be.
Yeah, I just feel like this front office, they're always about what they can get out of something. And like I said, if Jimmy sits and he doesn't play, it's a for sure compensatory pick on the table. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If there was a trade that we could do, we would have done it. But we weren't able to pull off a trade because of his salary cap. Now, with that being said, hey, the best option on the table, bring him back, let him sit. And like I said, we don't know what Trey going to be. Trey might just take off and we never see Jimmy. You know what I mean? But I just wanted to say that about I know this front office, bro, and it's all about what we can get out of something, bro.
And
always.
This point here by GDB
that
says,
is a good point.
It gives us leverage in a potential trade, right? So if Jimmy goes out and signs a nice contract, we're guaranteed to get that 3rd round pick, right? So now it's if you want Jimmy, look, we don't have to trade him for a 4th or a 5th or a 6th. We'll sit him on the bench. And we'll get another pick later on that's going to be at least a 3rd. Now you guys got to come and talk to us, and this is our bargaining ground.
No offense,
that's a good point.
I'd rather have the 5th round pick because the 5th round pick seems to be the one that gives us the best players. Sorry.
So, you know the thing here's the thing. There's also a clue.
You always get that 5th round pick right.
You know, I have a theory.
I'm trying to blank on 2018, but besides 2018, like every single 5th round pick, maybe aside from Colton McHale, like lately has been a gem. Like you got George Kittle, you got Dre Greenlaw, you have Sammy Womack, you got
Womack. Yeah.
Deommodore Lenoir was pretty good for a while there before his personal life got in the way. Like the 5th and 6th round picks have been really all stars.
DJ Reed was 2018.
The 3rd round picks have not been
DJ Reed? Okay.
Nope.
Yeah,
the 3rd
DJ
round
Reed
picks have not been good. So.
3rd round janky.
We still don't know about Aaron Banks, but yeah, that's looking iffy, but we'll see. You know, the one thing that gives you a clue that they do perhaps still think they want to trade Jimmy, I don't think they will just because, of course, they're going to have a Trey Purdy QB room. But if you look at Jimmy's contract, he has a $6 million base salary, right? If they wanted to have more free,
6.5 something, I
yeah,
think.
yeah, 6.5. If they wanted to free up more cap, they would have just gave that all as a signing bonus, and it would have been 1 million, and then they could have spread that signing bonus over 2 years or 3 years or whatever. So it kind of gives. But if they trade him, they don't have to worry about that signing bonus, right? They trade back. They trade out the base salary and they free up that cap. But as far as going back, I had a thought this morning, and it's about running backs, right? And we know that, or we know that running in the Shanahan system, even back to Mike Shanahan, is dangerous, right? Like the running style that they make these guys run at, it's very violent, right? How, like, Terrell Davis, short career, correct? Clinton Portis, short career, correct? And then all the other guys that were balling on that I don't even remember their names. You have to remind me what their names were. But the guys that were getting 1,000 yards, on that Mike Shanahan team, right?
Yeah.
Didn't have long careers either, right?
I think Alfred Morris might be the one with the longest career out of all the running backs for the Shanahans.
Yeah, and then you add on now, and he was a big bruiser, right? And then you add now Raheem Mostert, right? Elijah Mitchell, look at how many times he got injured last year. So
okay, Elijah Mitchell played 11 out of 17 regular season games, and this was a 6th-round pick that most.
No, I'm not putting shade on him. I'm just.
No, I know you're not, but it's just like everyone keeps saying that he was so injured, but like this is a guy who came in. He was a 6th-round pick. He wasn't really expected to do much. He was behind Trey Sermon and Raheem Mostert, like the top 2 running backs. And everyone gives him flack, but he played through a lot of those injuries. They saved him because they knew he was going to be the main back for most of the year when he had the more severe hiccups. And I honestly believe that he stepped up when nobody else really could. I mean, we were using Kyle Juszczyk week 3 as our only running back.
Yeah, I'm not putting shade on him. I'm just trying to illustrate that running in this offense is violent, right? And one of the things why I think is like some of these high backs that we draft, right? I mean, I can use Sermon, right? It's like if you come in as a high back, right, like him, right, big school, and they're telling you, you know what? I don't care, just run straight through, right? And the higher pick's gonna think, you know what? Like, I guess what I want to try to say is that, like, say a guy like Jordan Mason, right? Or a Elijah Mitchell, they're playing for their NFL career, right? Like this is their one shot, right? UDFA or 6th-round pick, they're playing for their NFL career. Where
I agree and disagree because I think it's also a mentality thing. Like you gotta want that contact. Like you got Saquon Barkley and the Giants, and he loves those big flashy plays like that you always see on like every like Total Access or whatever, like the big 60, 70 yard runners or whatever, but he hates contact. He'll tap dance in the backfield and wait for the perfect hold, knowing that the Giants cannot have a perfect offensive line.
He's also a high round pick though, right?
He was a 2nd overall pick.
Yeah.
In
so
2018 draft.
You made my point for me. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like you have these backs that are like UDFA or 6th round. They're fighting for their NFL career, where you have the higher round draft pick. He might, I'm playing for this team, but I'm going to have a chance somewhere else. I'm not saying that's just my theory, right? Like maybe it's just the way.
Wasn't Zeke Elliott like a 7th overall pick or something like that?
Yeah, high round as well.
Zeke was a 1st-round pick. Yeah. He was high.
So let's get to a couple of these super chats that we have piling up in here, and thank you all for the super chats and the contributions. We appreciate them. Jaguayo says, I think the 49ers don't care about what the outside noise thinks. They just want the best team that can help them win a Super Bowl. Let's go Niners. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Like this it's really a bottom line business, right? You're either winning it or you're not. The end of the year, there's going to be 31 teams upset. They are looking to be the one team that's not. And that's what they're going for here. In my honest opinion, that's really what they're going for. So thank you for that super chat. Tanya chimes in here, and I like this one a lot.
Tanya!
She's in here. That's right. She's been shouting you out in the chat, too. She says, Kyle already said Trey is our quarterback. We have to trust Kyle. It's up to Kyle to keep that locker room together. and I believe he will. Let's bring positive energy. This is Trey's team. Let's go, guys. This is what I'm going to put myself at the bottom.
You're right.
I don't need to be seen here. Let me pop my man up there, guys. This is what I've been saying all along. People are worried about the outside. What if Debo feels this, and what if Kittle feels this? If Lance is struggling, all that. That's Kyle's job. The part of the head coach is having to get these guys and harness their emotions and go out there and do their jobs. Right? Belichick has a very, very simple motto: do your job. That's it. I'm not asking you to go out there and do 7 other people's job. I'm not asking you to even go out there and coach people up. That's on me. That's on my staff. That's what Kyle is building here. It's his job to make sure that these guys go out there and play their best to their best abilities. I'm going to put you in the best position possible to succeed. Do your job. I'll keep the locker room together. I will work on the emotions of the players if they are feeling some type of way. But he has gone on record and said it multiple times now. I don't think it's going to be an issue. These guys know the deal already. And when have we not seen it be the case? Right?
Last year.
When?
Last year was an issue because the offensive line could not gel when it was being flipped back and forth between the 2 quarterbacks. Last year, a lot of people thought it was being unfair to Jimmy that they were yanking him out in the red zone. Last year, it was a huge deal. So it came to the point where Kyle's like, you know what? I'm going to go up to the podium and say it's throwing off my play calling and covering for the team. And I think it became an even bigger issue when we were losing, when we were like 3-5, and guys were like, we're going to roll with Jimmy as long as we win. And I think that is a large part of reasons why I and many other fans have a big issue with him being here, even though we understand the football reasons for it, because we just don't know. Like, these guys really want to win. A lot of them came here 2019 or past that. So for most of their careers, they've been at deep playoff runs, and they don't want to lose like 2020 again.
Right.
They don't want that kind of mentality. They're used to winning. So
to your point, and what you're talking about with the guys being upset that Jimmy was doing the work from the 20 all the way down to the other 20, and then they put in Lance. They actually debunked that. They actually went to the podium. They asked guys who was saying that, and everyone was like, "No, we were fine with whatever Kyle was calling." Now,
I'm just saying, that's the fear. Like, I'm speaking as the advocate of the other side of it, like, because I think a lot of us still feel some kind of way about what happened last year.
But we are where we are now, right? And so if this Kyle has been clear from day one, when Trey is ready, he will supplant Jimmy Garoppolo as a starting quarterback. It's here, it's now, right? I don't think that Kyle was just out there willy-nilly. All right, let's put Jimmy in, let's put Trey in, let's go back and forth. I think that he sincerely felt this team is good in the red zone. We need another aspect. We need to do something different. How many interceptions have you guys? Weren't we just talking about Jimmy forcing the ball to somebody after marching down the field in the postseason game while he was in Wisconsin? Come on,
Green Bay.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can't pretend like these things didn't happen. Yes, Kyle was doing that because he thought it gave him the best chance to win, and he reaped the benefits. Trey scored those touchdowns. We can sit here and go back. We barely got out of Philadelphia with a win. Like, come on now. Like, this happened.
We barely got out of Detroit with a win.
Right. And now imagine if we didn't go out there and make those switches and get those scores from Trey Lance. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? What if we left it up to Jimmy to be the guy and only the guy? Like, I like that Kyle had the balls to say, you know what? We're going to switch these guys out right now. But he went out, and maybe it was tongue in cheek, right? We don't know the intentions behind it, but he did go out and say, you know, it was just a little bit too much to try to call a game for 2 different quarterbacks. I decided to just stick with one. And when he did that, we lost. We lost again. We won. We lost again. And then before you know it, we're looking at 3-5. If you ask me, the formula was working better before, but I'm not the coach. I'm not the play caller. We got to trust what the guy is saying. We can't pick and choose when we're gonna trust what Kyle is saying. He's being transparent, but we're choosing when to believe him and when not to believe him. Right now, he's saying this is Trey's team. Once I commit to a quarterback, that is it for the season. His words, not mine. He just said that at the presser. I can't go out there and say, nah, they're just nervous. No, they're just paranoid. They don't believe that. That's not what they're doing. I can't be that guy. I can't.
Yeah, and then also if they did put in if they did put in Jimmy, think about that. That puts the genie out of the bottle. That lets you know like what they're like. You can't. That sets up Trey for failure, right? So if you do that, that sets up Trey for,
That
and
sets
they're
up
cognizant. They're
organization
cognizant
for
of that.
failure.
Yeah, exactly. So they're cognizant of that.
Right. And then the last point I'm going to make on this before we get to the next super chat is someone has to tell me what they think Jimmy can do that Trey can't do. Right? Like someone's got to present an argument here for the team to say, hey, put Jimmy in because Trey can't do that. Give me one thing. Give me one thing. Because I heard Matt Mayoko's podcast where he said, well,
Check
Jimmy
down.
He throws those excellent shovel passes to Debo Samuel.
3
Check
yards
down.
behind the
And
line of scrimmage.
those screens.
I mean, how many years have we heard that the one great thing that Jimmy does is the quarterback sneak? Like, that says everything.
And
Right.
the slant, the slant. You know, his quick release. He's got a quick
the release.
He's got a quick release.
Yo,
a little
Hey,
tongue in cheek.
I kid you not.
Not even so much the release, but more so just Jimmy is a master at throwing that ball across the middle. So throwing the ball across the middle, I need to see a little more from Trey. But check down, selling those balls over running backs,
The hospital balls.
Reggie Bush
I
got
kid
laid
you
out
not.
off of a check down.
It's been 2 times I've been a Niner fan, and I've hated 2 words, and it's mostly been because of just awfulness. And it was, I hated the fade for years after the Super Bowl and the championship game, especially the Crabtree. And I kid you not, I hated quick release just as much, because that's all anyone from beat writers to fans to national media could defend this guy. Like, this was like the one thing that Trey didn't have that he had, and they kept pounding us on the head with it. And I cannot tell you how much I hated the words quick release and fade for so long.
I hate at the end of the day. I think that's people just done use that one. That one is getting all.
I use that all the time.
Use
that all the time.
At the end of the day, you gotta, at the end of the day, why do people say at the end of the day? I'm like, take your to bed at the end of the day.
Right. Go to sleep. Take a nap. Right. DJ Malone says teaching Trey to be the best at being a leader. Even this I would challenge you on, right? George Kittle said, I bought the guy a phone. Oh, no, he bought me a phone and won't answer my text messages, won't answer my calls. Is that a leader? Is that a leader?
Okay, but Trent Williams also came out and said in his first press conference that Trey's already being a leader and showing leadership qualities, and he doesn't have to be, because he has me, he has Kittle, he has Fred, he has Armstead, he has everybody else, and yet he's still stepping up to the plate and being a leader.
Hold on, teaching Trey to be a leader? Isn't Trey the one in the offseason with Brandon Ayuk? Running. Hold on, I've never seen Jimmy call no other player to do this in the offseason. Come on, bro.
Trey is present and past receivers to work out with him. He brought in River Craycraft. He brought Juwan Jennings. He brought even the rookies, like I believe Danny Gray, or was it Ray that came in like later on. Like they had that picture of like the 5 or 6 different receivers working with him, and then it started that whole why isn't Debo there? And Debo's like, well, if he wants to come work with me, he can come fly out to me. That started that whole thing. But like,
that's all I need, LeBron. There it goes right there. It's not just getting up in front of everybody and grandstanding when the spotlight is on. It's the hours of the pursuit and the 10,000 hours to become an expert when nobody else is there. That's what truly matters.
Yeah,
it's also the little things too. I think you've seen Trey for like even the last 2 years. He was there at the premiere of the Silverback documentary. He goes to baseball and basketball games with these guys. They're photographed with Kittle and everybody else in the stands. You see them go out to lunch when they're down in San Diego working out with Brandon's workout crew, and they're going and meeting with Lynch and Kyle and having lunch with them. They're doing what was it, Suicide Hill together? Like they had the inside joke with the Instagram thing with the milk dud. Like these are like the big bonding leadership moments that bind guys together that make a solid like working relationship with people. Like you've never seen those things with Jimmy. I think once what was it, week 4 in 2019, you saw a SmackDown thing where Jimmy was there with Kittle, and that's like the only time I've seen the two of them outside of the team together. And then you heard some passing comment about them seeing each other in like a hallway in Vegas, and that's it. Like these things matter over time.
Yeah, only thing I seen with Jimmy, it was on TMZ and his date in Beverly Hills.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
where's Sean saying PSJ all of a sudden? Like that's his new favorite thing to do.
There was
instead of spreading it out, he literally calls him PSJ.
Hello?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, guy? Who's that?
What's good?
Jaguaro 56.
Jaguaro 56. If I had a bell, I'd ring it. What's going on, Jaguaro 56?
Oh, no, just listening to you guys. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents here. Okay, so yeah, so I'm 66 years old. Okay, so
Amen.
you guys are young guys, and the thing about it is you have to be patient. I know it's hard. I know it's hard, but you gotta deal with the good and you gotta deal with the bad. And being a Niner fan all my life, being a San Francisco Giants fan all my life, being a Warrior fan all my life, okay, I saw 40 years where they didn't win shit. Okay. But did I give up on them? No. You know what? I trusted the front office. I don't know more than them. You guys don't know more than them. Nobody knows more than them. We just have to trust. We have to trust that they are doing the best they can. Now, last year when they were 3-5, everybody and their mother was saying, get rid of Shanahan. Fire him. What the hell's he doing? Everybody, all the fans. But you know what happened? He kept them together. He kept them together. He kept the ship going in the right direction. The players, not us, the fucking players, they're the ones that stood together and went through everything. And they believed in Jimmy. They believed in Jimmy. Maybe we didn't, or you didn't. I don't know. But they believed in him. And look at what happened. They turned it around. They turned it around. And you say, well, give me where Jimmy did this and Jimmy made good plays. You know what? He made good plays. He was the quarterback. It's not like he's just somebody out there, just some guy off the street. They respected him. The players respected him, not me, you, or whoever. The guys that are right there every day bleeding and getting their tapes, their knees taped up, even everything, shots. They're the ones that believed in him. Okay? And if they believe in him, it's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. Did I like the throws that he made in that last game against the Rams? Were they good throws or were they messed up throws? They were good throws. They were great throws. That one to Debo where that guy, what's his name? The guy from the Jamal, what's his name? The guy, the corner. Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey.
Where he dove and the ball was like 2 inches off his hands and it hit Debo. Was that a shitty throw? No. So he won. I just get tired. Jimmy is part of the team. He's part of the 53-man team. We just have to accept it. But it's Trey's team. We want Trey. We want Trey to succeed. Yes, we all Niner fans. If you're a true Niner fan, you want Jimmy and Trey and all the other 51 guys to succeed. because every game throughout the season is a snapshot. That year, that 2019, when our left tackle and our right tackle got injured, Skule and Brunskill filled in. Okay, if we had won the Super Bowl, didn't they deserve a ring? Yeah. Why? Because they filled in. Were they the starters? No. Okay, so that's what I'm getting to. And you know, you guys just have to be patient. If it goes the way we want, you know what? They're gonna be hoisting the Lombardi.
Yeah, there is a happy ending here.
But anyway, I just wanted to tell you guys that because I just get tired of so much noise.
What was your overall message? Because I came in the middle of it and I heard
I got it.
I missed it.
I just said, Mike, that we have to be patient. That's all. That we have to be patient. Win, lose, or draw. You know what? The Niners are my team. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care. Well, this and that. I hear Grant Cohn, and Grant Cohn does stuff just for clicks. That's fine. That's fine. But do I accept everything that he says? No. Did I like what he said about Javon Kinlaw? No. I thought that was a little bit off the rails right there.
Let me say this about Grant and anybody else, including myself. You should never believe everything that anybody says. Like what people say about their opinions is not gospel. And again, including myself. You guys have heard me pound the table over and over for guys like Dante Johnson and Kello
Witherspoon.
Come on now, y'all know
he loves some Witherspoon. Mike will cape up for the sorry.
Mike still won't say Emmanuel Mosley is better.
Oh,
I was in the comments religiously trying to tell Mike that Mosley was better, bro. Come on, man.
Mike if Mike goes to the rescue, where you go to get the dogs in the shelter, he just like Rocky. He'll get that. He gets the beat up run with the cigarette burn and the 3 legs. He said, "This one's got character." Mike.
my point to Jaguayo. My point to Jaguayo is this, right? You listen to all the different content because that's your team, right? But you should never, under any circumstances, take everyone's opinion, whoever you're listening to, as like, oh, that's what they said. That's the truth.
No, like, I never believe. I don't believe. I'm sorry, Mike, but I don't believe everything that content creators say on their podcasts or anything like that. I'm like, what I'm saying is that I love the Niners. That's what I'm saying. And nobody, not even whoever's on, is not gonna sway me one way or another.
No doubt.
Because I came in and I thought I heard you saying
I
that.
Understand that. I respect it, brother.
Right. I thought I heard my man saying that the team believed in Jimmy.
No.
And he was throwing good passes, and I'm sitting here thinking, no, they believed in Kyle and his ability to call plays that Jimmy might be able to execute. Like there's a reason Deebo Samuel had to change up his whole play style for Jimmy last year. But I'm not going to get into that. He said that's not what he was saying. I won't do it. But I came in at a real weird time and point in that conversation.
No, but I would have to agree with Jaguayo that I think the players do genuinely like Jimmy. Like, I don't think that's fake.
Jimmy, I think,
yeah, no, like Jimmy, even the player, because like if you guys ever been in projects when everyone is putting their own thing to it, right? And the project ends and it's good, right? And you get through it. Granted, we never won the Super Bowl, but you get what I'm saying. At the end of the project, I'm not looking at the guy next to me who sweated with me. I'm not looking at his deficiencies. I really am not. I'm celebrating with the team that we did this, we got this done, and you don't really look at the deficiencies, right? You just look like, hey, we got through this. I'm not saying that I can't judge the guy, but at that moment, I'm going, you know what? I trust this guy. He's done this much. And then any new person that comes in, it's harder for that new person to get that trust because you've gone to war with that person.
All right. So let's use your same example, right? And I'm gonna make this a personal one, right? So my job promoted me to manager, and I have 3 drivers that report to me, and I know the strengths and weaknesses of certain guys. I have a driver right now that If we give him 20 stops, he's going to do those 20 stops and he's going to go home. He's not coming back to the office to see if there's anything else to do. If we give him 3 stops, he's going to do those 3 stops. He's taking his ass home, right? So it's on me as the manager to make sure that we get 8 hours of work out of this guy, because I know he's not going to come back to the office and say, hey, what else can I do? He's not coming back to clean equipment or anything like that. He's not coming back to do the wellness checks on our patients or anything. It's my responsibility to make sure that we get 8 hours of work out of this guy. And sometimes that calls with an unfair workload to him. We'll get a day where we have 40 stops. It's 3 drivers and myself. And instead of me doing 10, 10, 10, and 10, I got to give him 17 stops. And then because I know the other guys are going to come back to the warehouse and we're going to get other work done. This guy I won't see for the rest of the day.
Right. But this guy, he's shady though. That's the difference right?
But my point with that is, even though my office is viewed as one of 6 other offices in my company, the company sees it as this office is getting their work done. But I, as the manager, have to look at people and say, this guy's not carrying is not doing his part, or this guy is a liability, or this guy is whatever. So for us to say, well, we did this with Jimmy, so that's all that matters, is not necessarily true.
But you're Kyle in this equation. And then also shadiness is different, right? It's being shady is different. I'm talking about, like, say if you had a guy that was working as hard with his limitations, right, that he has, right, and he's putting the effort and he's doing all the things. He's just limited, right?
Right.
So it's like at that
Mike
point,
B says, fire that fool, Mike.
Yeah, but here's why I won't fire him, right? Because he not only does he do his job, he does it well. I just have to make sure he's getting the amount of work, is what I'm saying. So like Swan is saying, I'm Kyle in that situation. It's my responsibility to manage all of these players, right? This is my team. I got to manage these guys. So I understand, like, I don't want to fire him, because when he goes out and he does his job, he's doing a phenomenal job. No complaints from customers. He's always respectful to the patients. You know what I'm saying? I've never had a complaint about him. The only complaint comes from within. Bro, I gave you 3 stops. You should have been done. You should have been done in 2 hours. Where the hell?
You're saying this? So you're saying this guy is your real life spoon?
Mike, I had one in my job, man.
So, Mike, do you have a Jimmy?
Mike, I had one that was so dumb it took him 2 hours to watch 60 minutes. I ain't lying, Mike. That boy was dumb. He had to study for a blood test.
Hey, look, they said someone asked me, do I have a Jimmy?
Mike.
Right? They said, do you have a Jimmy? I'm not messing with you, bro. I'm not playing with you, bro. He said, do I have a Jimmy? Right? So what exactly is a Jimmy? It's someone that I need to go out there and do their job. They might not be as good as everybody else. So what you got to do is put them in certain situations. So I do have a guy that struggles with putting together and working hospital beds. Oh, I didn't even realize there was someone else down there. I'm sorry, John. I'll get you in soon. We have to put together hospital beds, right? I do have a guy on my staff that really, really struggles with it. Everyone else can do a hospital bed in 30 minutes or less. This guy, it is legitimately an hour job for this guy, right? I have to keep that in mind, right? So I try not to give him hospital beds, but I'll give him 7 other stops to do, because I know that he can do them well. But if we're inundated with hospital beds, hey, sorry, bro, you're going to have to take 1 or 2 of these bad boys. You know what I mean? So and in that scenario, Jimmy can go out there and he can win games, but you got to put him in the best scenario. I can't pretend that this guy is an all-star. If he's not an all-star, if he's not an all-pro, he's just not an all-pro. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as you know how to do it and get the best out of him. Now, the difference here in my scenario is there's nobody playing defense against this. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody trying to make things more difficult for us. And that changes the whole dynamic of you know what I'm saying, of my analogy. But, you know, all right, I wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. John, I'm going to pop you in here now. Let's get, and by the way, guys, if you have questions, let us know, man. Let us know if you guys have questions for us.
I appreciate Juwaya, what he said there. It's like an old head, and that has nothing to do with his age, but, you know, like, I understand where he's coming from there. And I do think there is a positive situation in all of this, just like kind of Tanya said. But at the same time, I'm also very cynical. So I fight those demons inside. So depends on what day I am in, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we all agree that we're all rooting for the same team. That's all we can do, right?
Right.
We just
Absolutely.
all come at it differently. We all have different ways of seeing things, but at the end of the day, we all have each other's back, and that's what matters.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
all love. It's all faithful. It's got to stay that way.
Right.
We
But I-
got to be together. We got to be.
But
together.
I will say this much as far as team effort. If you got from high school, whatever it is that you do for work, for your profession, if you guys are put on a team project and one guy's not carrying their weight, or one guy is alive, you got to do a little bit extra to overcome what he's doing. You do look at that guy a little different. You do look at that person like, oh man, how did I end up with him on my team this time? You do look at people that way, and that's the human element of this all. Yes, this is a sport. Yes, we're going to cheer for the Niners, right? I put together my 53-man roster with Wayne and them, and we did the show, and certain players made it, certain players didn't. And I said it. Hey, look, when these guys get cut, I'm still going to cheer just as hard for those guys as if, I mean, for the people that made it instead of them, as the other person that I thought should have made the roster. So you gotta stick with it that way. That's all I'm saying. So John,
Mike,
what's going on? What are you doing, man?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. You do agree though that we all agree that it's Trey's team, and we want Trey to succeed.
Yes.
And the fact that Jimmy is there. Okay, let's put it this way: if Jimmy wasn't there, and let's say Sudfeld and Purdy were there, and something were to get Trey was to get hurt, would we be comfortable with Sudfeld
Nope.
Hell
or
no.
Purdy coming in to win against the Rams? No. Do we
that's
have more
exactly
confidence
what I
in
said.
Jimmy? Yes. Okay, so that's just insurance. It's just a good move. It's a smart move. It's only $6 million or $6 million plus, and that's cool. Everything's fine. I think let's go.
Which John is joining us?
It says John J.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on.
No problem.
Welcome.
No problem.
Hey,
Thanks for
John,
joining.
Nice to
And
meet you.
like, look, I agree with it. This is a tweet from early 2001, right? And I said this on a couple of shows ago. When Lance is ready, I think they either try to trade Jimmy or restructure him as a backup. I sincerely believe that we have the best quarterback room in the NFL because we have two guys that we know that Kyle can put together a game plan and win a game with. You can't ask for much more than that. I don't know if Kyle, he claims that, Purdy was going to be the backup. I don't know about that, but we can't prove it now, right? We're here and we're where we are. John, did you have anything that you wanted to discuss in particular?
I've been listening to the show. Big fan of Nothing But Niners. I also see you on Wayne Breezy. And it's nice to meet everybody. So I've been listening to everyone, conversation, what's going on with the Jimmy Garoppolo situation. And as just in my opinion alone, again, I thought that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be traded or released because we know when you have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. That's something that, like, if you're an NFL fan, they say that if you have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. With our situation, with the talent that we have, the players that we have, the 49ers are, considered technically a championship roster, a championship team. It's just the quarterback has been the problem since, Kyle has been here. He's never addressed that. So when I see Jimmy Garoppolo as a backup, when it comes to the money wise, he took a massive pay cut, a huge, massive pay cut. But again, you have a quarterback who has won 31 games, and then you have this kid, Trey Lance, a lot of upside, a lot of, potential. I like Trey Lance. I've been a Trey Lance guy even before we even drafted him. And the media is going to have a fun time. And of course, some of the fans are also going to have a fun time on social media trying to stir up the pot. There are people who still like Jimmy Garoppolo, who, if Trey makes one little mistake or he overthrows or, he doesn't get a first down, you're going to have fans that will be like, we want Jimmy. And if Trey Lance, is doing really good, those fans are like, look, we told you. So when I look at this situation as an unbiased fan, I look at it as bittersweet. It's a good situation. It's also a bad situation because we're going to be dealing with this with some of our fans and of course the media. They're going to have a fun day with this. But if Trey Lance succeeds, that's good for us. And then hopefully this season's over. Jimmy's gone once and for all. I don't hate Jimmy. I think I've been a little bit nice to him, but when I look at this team, this is Trey Lance's team. And no matter what anyone says, Trey's going to play. He's going to have his growing pains. He's going to have some rough time as a starter. And I'm not going to penalize Trey Lance this year. I've said this all the time. This is his development year. We're going to see what we have. And if he proves me wrong and balls out and has a good year, I will be excited. I'll be happy. And we finally have the guy for the future. So that's what I wanted to say about this Jimmy Trey situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. And Stormy Location Super Chat, thank you for that one. They say now 49ers is in 2001, 2002 Patriots situation. You know what I mean? If you go back and look at that roster, this is the Brady versus Bledsoe situation that they were in. You know what I'm saying? So this is not uncommon ground, folks. We are here for a reason. And this team is capable of doing it. We got the coaching staff to do it, guys. You know what I'm saying? Kyle is in his blood. His dad has been in situations like this. He's been on multiple teams that have been like this. His 2012 stint with the Washington, at the time, Redskins, now the Commanders, right? He's been in these situations. We are in good hands. So listen, I want to try to get this off of the quarterback talk. We have been on for 2 hours.
Hey, I try to bring up running backs a little bit.
We can do running backs. We can talk about this offensive line.
Wow.
Can we talk about the practice squad and how we got most of these guys back and how awesome that is?
Who was your favorite practice squad signing? Let's do that. Let's go around the room. All right, let's start with the people on camera first. I mean, off camera. Let's go with John, then Jaguayo, then Swan. All right. If you guys know anybody on the practice squad that you were happy to see the team bring back, let us know who they are. And if you don't know, I got a list. Let me pull up the list here. All right. But if you guys know who you want to say, go ahead. Like I said, John, you can go first.
I was very glad that we brought back the linebacker, McClary Ball.
Marcelino McCrary Ball, yeah.
Yeah, I was very, glad that we brought him back. Yeah.
No, he's a guy. It was rough when I was doing my 53-man breakdown. I was talking to Tony. He was like, Mike, this guy, like, he has a nose for the ball. But I was like, Tony, he's not going to make this team. He can't make the 53-man roster. The interception excited a lot of people, but what I was really looking at was what else he did. And I just didn't think that he was going to let me see if I can pull this tweet up. I can't pull the tweet up, but I can do a screen share. So let's share the screen first. Before we do that, let's take off let's take that background off. Let's just leave that, and then we'll do the screen share here. All right. And here is the full list of the practice squad guys right now. All right. I don't know.
I like Kamiko Toure that he went to the practice squad.
Yeah.
Because you can never have enough edge rushers. I thought he was going to make the 53. I thought he was going to make the 53. He played good. Solid in the preseason.
You and I both. I had him making it over Omenihu, believe it or not. If we're going to be completely honest, I had him making it over Omenihu. So that's a good name. I was very happy that he was brought back as well. What about you, LeBron? Not LeBron. I'm sorry, Swan. Who do you think?
You stole mine, but I will. There's plenty to pick on the list. I like that they put Quantrez Knight.
That guy's pretty good.
The things that we heard from him coming out, like, okay, I know he doesn't have all the natural talent, but he's smart, right? And he's played a lot at that position, and then he's diverse as well, right? Because he even played safety, I believe. He took snaps at safety.
Yeah, UCLA.
UCLA. And the one thing that I was impressed the most was when Fred Warner came out in camp and said, hey, rookies sometimes they'll come out and someone will talk, and then if they're saying the wrong thing, I'll say something about it. But this guy was saying all the right things, and he was lining up the guys correctly as a rookie. Like, that's impressive. The Niners love these smart guys, man, and you want a guy like that in your room as well, right? So that's my pick.
Great. Great pick. All right, time for the people on camera. Tara, you're up top. We'll go to Melissa and then LeBron. You got to bring up the rear, man. I'm sorry, they're gonna take all the good ones, but if you guys want to double up on something, let's talk about this practice
It's
squad.
all good. It's all good.
I'll leave some chicken on the bone. I'm gonna go with my man Jason Poe, offensive lineman from Mercer University.
How many people have seen that interview with him on Real Talk Niner Talk with Silverado Kev, Super Dave, Don, and Jew? Because that is one of the must watches if you really love Jason Poe.
He's got dog. Yes,
Right.
I've seen that in this past summer. The great fantasy football, not fantasy football, but Madden 99 member Trent Williams shouted out to every offensive lineman, hey, come and work with me this offseason. You know, I'm doing some things. Only 2 took up the offer. That was Burford and Poe.
Yeah.
You know, the crazy part was he said he's done that every single year of his career, and they're the only 2 that have ever taken him up on.
Yeah, where's Banks in this, man? Where Banks need to be going out there?
I'm gonna leave it alone because me and Mike ain't gonna lock up.
We're gonna get to this soon. We're gonna get to it soon. Best believe we're gonna dance.
I want to add.
That's the next segment.
I want to add. There needs to be a shirt that says Poe Man's Trent Williams.
But see, all right. So here's the like Poe's not a tackle though. He's not going to play tackle.
I know. It was just like that comparison they made.
No, I like it though. I know what you were going for. I like that. Melissa, who you got for us on the practice squad here that you like to bring back?
Let me go last because I think I'm going to shock people because I've so far loved everyone that's been mentioned, but I have almost like everyone on this list I love. So I'll let everybody else not get snubbed and I'll go last.
All right, LeBron, put the cup down, man. Hey, listen, bro, time out. I see you drinking out that cup, and every time I see you drinking out of it, you holding it all the way up like it's empty. Are you refilling on the side, or are you just?
Brother, I'm refilling on the side. Trust me.
Okay, all right, let's go. I see you. All right.
But look, we going with Malik Turner, bro. Honestly, special teams dude.
Great
I thought
special
he would have been able to bring a whole lot to the 53-man roster. I thought he was going to make the roster. A little surprised with some of the moves that we made. I would have went with Jason Poe because he's the obvious, but Malik Turner for sure. Dude, a veteran in the league, been around for a while, and then also I believe I heard him say that he was willing to do anything. If it was special teams, no matter what it was, he was willing to do it to make this team. You know what I mean? So Malik Turner, I'm just glad to see that we were able to get him, bring him back. And now that we have him on a practice squad, if something happens, injuries, whatever may happen, we can bring him up and we can have him special teams ace or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and he made plays.
Good choice.
That was a good choice. He's a vet. He's been around for a little bit.
Yeah, very, very good sign.
Mike, you want to name somebody?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Tashawn Gibson because I believe he might be the first guy bumped up. Right now, the Niners have just 3 safeties, if I'm not mistaken, right? Don't we only have 3 active safeties?
Yeah, only 3. Yeah.
And from what I'm hearing, Jimmy Ward, they're hoping that he's ready by week 5. Kyle was talking about how severe this hamstring injury was. Who the heck is going to be the guy that's out? Like, we can't just go into this.
Definitely not going to be very smart. I can tell you that.
The Barnacle.
We should have really got Anthony Harris. We should have claimed Anthony Harris, but that's another story. As a kid from Philadelphia, he was at the Eagles. He's from Richmond, Virginia. Shout out VA. But Anthony Harris would have been an excellent free safety pickup.
We should have drafted Nick Cross
in the 3rd round.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go there.
So, since most of my favorite players have been mentioned so far, I want to go with someone that's not going to get enough love on this list. And I want to go with Taylor Hawkins.
Yeah, San Diego State. He was great.
I really love Taylor Hawkins.
Yeah, that was a good choice right there.
I did not expect you to say you. I mean, you said you were going to surprise us, but I didn't think you were going to go there. I thought you were going to go with like Alex Barrett, who's been around for a couple seasons. Taylor Hawkins, huh?
I told you I could go last because I knew nobody else was going to say the name.
But again, I understand your point there because another safety, right? This is a position of need. They're likely to be the guys bumped up from the practice squad first, or with the protections added to them, or something like that. You know what I mean? So I completely understand that. It's a position of need right now. I like.
Are you finally over your whole hate of Talanoa and Tavares Moore being better than him?
I never hated Talanoa.
You did. You said he was too soft spoken and he didn't have the kind of energy you liked.
Hey, Mike, what's up with that?
Well, I love
Well,
Niners Hive, and I love that Nothing But Niners has almost officially have become part of the Niners Hive family. But you troll my favorite players on there so hard, especially Talanoa.
Hey, Mike, we can go back. We can go back and check, okay? We can go back and
sure
check.
Can. And then what? But I'm going to ask Melissa, what else did I say about him?
You apologized the week after, but you still say that Tavares Moore is better, and you are wrong there.
Shame on you, Mike. Shame on you, Mike.
More in there first. Now, here's what I said, though. I said that I didn't like the soft-spoken, oh, I'm just happy to be here. Any way they want to use me, it's fine. I didn't like that. I wanted to hear some assertiveness. Like, yes, my goal is to make the 53. That was the question that they asked him.
Did you also hate Brandon Ayuk for what he said at joint practices at the Vikings game for being too brash?
I said that I didn't like him saying it was a waste
with
of
all
time.
the receipts here.
It was a waste of time. Oh
he
no,
needs
Melissa
Jersey. He needs Jersey.
She don't let me forget anything. Melissa's gonna hold my feet to the fire.
He lives in Pennsylvania now, so he's got the soft country. No one kind of gets in that Jersey.
And Melissa, remind him
at all. So he's got to have his home.
Remind him about Debo
shoved
too,
at
Melissa, because he said when Debo was being questioned by an LA reporter, he said, "Do you watch Cooper Kupp?" And he said, "What I'm gonna watch Cooper Kupp for? He don't do what I do."
I love that.
Y'all know that was a bullshit answer. Y'all better stop playing.
I love that he said that though.
Young Debo.
Y'all better stop because y'all know that was a bullshit answer too.
Now, I just want to say this though. I'm a Southern California guy, so I don't want no Talanoa Hufanga slander because I'm a USC Trojan. No, hey, no slander to Hufanga, my boy. Come on.
Hey, Mike.
Now, Melissa's painting a bad picture. Hold on, wait. I got to clear this up. Melissa's painting a bad picture. What I said was I didn't like his answer to that question. Right? I want to see. They asked him.
You said you wanted guys that have the dog mentality without using the word dog, and you didn't think that Talanoa had it because he was too soft spoken.
Didn't you ban the word dog, Mike?
I did not.
Yes, he did.
So this was the question, right? The question was, you came in last year, you were special teams, and now it looks like you have an opportunity to be a starter. Was that your goal? Right now. Instead of him saying, yeah, of course I want to be a starter, but when the team puts me in, they put me in, whatever, he went on the flip side and said, oh, well, I'm just happy to be here, and anything that happens is out of my hands. I just want to come and play. I'm just grateful for the opportunity. Like, no, bro, say, yes, I want to be a starter. Like, you're in the NFL. You're not in the NFL to be on the practice squad. You want to be a starter. I wanted to see some assertiveness from him. And in that same answer that I was saying, my breakdown of his presser, I also said at the end of it, and Melissa can tell you this is true, I also said, now if he goes out there and plays a different way in preseason, I'll eat my words.
I'll come back and eat my words. And you always eat your words. I'm just saying I'm not going to let it go.
I ate him like a bowl of Fruit Loops, didn't I? I even drank the milk, and I'm lactose intolerant. I was a man of my word. He went out there and he played hard. He played well. And I said, hey, Talanoa, I owe you an apology. You can be as soft-spoken as you want as long as you play like that. That's exactly what I said.
No slander. Mike. That's right. Clean it up. No slander.
Mike. Mike, sometimes the quiet ones are the ones you have to worry about. The quiet ones are the ones you have to worry about, okay?
I think that was the most impressed face I've ever seen on you.
Who had the biggest hit in the preseason?
When Talanoa had that huge hit.
Who made the biggest hit in the preseason of all the defensive players? Tell me, Mike. I want to hear it.
It was definitely Hufanga.
Okay.
It was 100%. And that's when I came back and said, all right, keep playing like that, and you can say what you want. That's exactly
You're a good man, Mike. You're a good man.
Word for word is what you said.
I have no bias. If you say something I don't like, I'm gonna let you know. You said, and y'all know I've been she brought up Brandon Ayuk. I've been the biggest Brandon Ayuk proponent on any platform. Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver one.
Mariah first. Mariah called him GOAT day one when he was drafted.
All right, I ain't say when he was drafted, but I definitely said it after his rookie season. I was like, that's wide receiver one right there, right? I've been the biggest guy, but when he went to the podium and said, "Oh, it was a waste of time. I only got 3 targets in 2 days," I was like, "Come on, bro! Like you can't say that shit. Like, what are you doing? Your head coach."
I think you had more issue with him throwing Talanoa under the bus and throwing his other defensive players under the bus.
Like, oh, they all right. They work in there. They'll get there. You can't say that about your players. You know what I mean? Like he was
trashing the quietest dude on the team the past 2 years. For him to start being vocal and having things to say, I kind of like that from Brandon Ayuk. I'm gonna keep it real. After the training camp that he had, and he's coming along, hey,
he's evolving.
I like to see that from that boy, man.
Trashing teammates? You want to see him trashing
teammates? No, not trashing teammates. What he said about the joint practices being a waste of time, and just being vocal, just putting his voice out there. I like to see that from a guy that you heard nothing from. Basically, his first 2 years in the league. I like to see that.
Yeah, and I think the part of the trashing teammates is I think that's like kind of just messing around because they're competing against each other, right? Like, yeah, that boy trash. Like, you know, like, but he doesn't believe that. Like, I don't think so. Like, I think that's why he said it. And as far as the camp thing, I think it was the reason why he said it was because Minnesota was playing freaking 10 yards off the line. So that he's probably like, man, this is a waste of time, man. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be pressed, man, you know, like that stuff.
Now, I will to Corey's super chat here. Thank you very much for it. He says, John J, how are you doing? John left. He said he had to go, but hopefully he's still in the chat. Maybe he can answer in the chat. I'm sorry, but he is gone now. So you just I can't believe it's after 3:00 already. But you just missed him. So sorry about that, Corey. But thank you for the super chat. We do appreciate it. Now, and to your guys' point, maybe he was just jostling with his teammates. You know what I mean? Especially because we know how heated things were at practice between the offense and the defense. So that's
But
cool.
Fred also called him out in the pressers, and I think was it Jimmy Ward was the other one that called him out in pressers. Like it was a kind of like on and off thing with the offense and defense calling each other out, especially because they kept saying they wanted to push Brandon to its limits and beyond because they thought he had that star potential in him.
Right.
So it was like he just came out of nowhere and he attacked them for no reason.
Hey, are we worried about Mike McGlinchey? And if we are, who's gonna be the right tackle? And are we how confident are we? Whoever is it, McKivitz? Is it Moore? What do you guys think?
I'm very concerned about Mike McGlinchey.
Very.
I've been concerned about Mike McGlinchey since 2019. I seen the latest on him. He looks a little glitchy. I know that injury that he had was pretty severe, and it leads to knee problems because I think he tore the quadriceps muscle
off the bone,
away from the bone, and that's connected to the tendons around the knee. I really wanted my scenario to work out. I really thought that we were going to get retain Trey Sermon and use him as trade bait to get a quality right tackle in here, preferably my man in New England, Isaiah Wynn, or in Cincinnati, which would even be better, Isaiah Prince. But then we cut Sermon, and I think he's gotten picked up somewhere else. And we brought in the Cincinnati guy, Hentz, who is kind of a multiple guy. And you know how we do. We try to go ahead and fit him in somewhere. But there are definite concerns there with that right tackle position. I'm not 100% feeling good on McGlinchey. I'll let y'all address it.
Yeah, I definitely want to piggyback that one, bro. Terradome, you hit it right on the head. Even the clip that I saw posted once he was coming back, he seemed a little gimpy. He didn't seem like he was all the way 100, bro. So I definitely see that as a something to worry about, dude. There's no real other able tackles on this roster. You know what I mean? So if McGlinchey can't go, dude, the offensive line is already my biggest issue. It's the biggest worry that I have with this team coming into the year. And if McGlinchey can't go, we don't have bookends on the two tackles. I'm seriously worried about what we're gonna do about McGlinchey, bro. I agree.
I think that's why Hans was brought in. If you guys look up his history, he did play all 17 games last year, and he was a tackle. Well, he was active for 17. I don't know how many he started, but the reason why the Niners let go of Trey Sermon was to bring in Hans, and Hans played 17 games. Yeah, he did play 17 games last season, including 8 starts at tackle for the Browns. All
But
right,
he can't pass block to save his life, Mike. He's a run blocker. I looked at his stats. He is not a pass blocker. He's a run blocker.
Okay.
And
All right.
I feel that.
Who better to replace Mike McGlinchey than
So is it
somebody who's
McKivitz? So are we gonna stick with McKivitz? Is he gonna be the guy or
hell no.
more?
Well,
hell no.
Here's why I think they brought in Hans. I don't know if you guys have been paying, following as closely as I have, but Trent Williams is also nursing an injury. So with Trent Williams nursing this injury, you got Colton McKivitz. That's one guy that can fill in, whether it be for Mike McGlinchey or Trent, but then you're still left with a void if the other guy still can't go. So God forbid you don't have McGlinchey and Trent Williams.
Brunskill.
Right. All these guys are coming back from injury. So the Niners had to go out and get an offensive lineman who can at least come in right away and play if needed. Now their hope is McGlinchey is ready by week 1. This per Kyle Shanahan, they're hoping that that Trent Williams is ready by week 1. We don't know yet about Mike McGlinchey. They're going easy on him in practice so that way he can be ready. But we don't know how it's going to play out. But in the event that we don't have either of those guys, it's looking like, to me right now, it's going to be Hans and Colton McKivitz as our.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
I didn't. When did the Trent Williams injury? I haven't heard that.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'll
Before Green Bay, they mentioned that they were not gonna have him in joint practices as much. They weren't gonna have him in games at all. When they were addressing how McGlinchey was gonna start, but not Trent, like Elijah and him were 2 of the first names you heard. We are not taking any risks with these guys. We know that they're starters. They're our guys. They don't have anything to prove. We're not going to try to re-aggravate anything. We're going to wait till week 1, and maybe not even week 1, but we're hoping for week 1. Like that was like one of the very first big
I thought the Trent Williams part with a Kyle slip up after the Texans game where he kind of misspoke, and then they followed up and asked him, "Is Trent going to be?" It's like Trent's what is it called? Out for whatever personal reasons or whatever, because he was back at practice yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was back in practice. Yeah, so that was a positive sign, the first step in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? So we got to play it by ear here, and I think the team is.
Didn't he just have a recent baby? I think that's why he missed practice a couple of weeks ago.
Trent
Williams, yeah.
Yeah, he did have.
He was being asked about it on NFL Live, and he goes, "Yeah, that's not an issue with me. I'm sleeping in the hotel."
That was the beginning of when he didn't start the first day of training camp, or first 2 days of training camp, or whatever it was.
I got a tweet on the 28th said he was under the weather. That it was the day that Debo had. They said has a bruise behind his knee and is not participating in Sunday's practice. So that was almost a week ago. That's the last I see of a tweet in terms of it. And that was back in the earth.
Yeah, and then didn't the 49ers are trying out all these offensive linemen too, right? Like I heard that they tried out like a couple more.
Yeah,
the last couple of days.
Didn't they just send somebody else today to the practice squad?
I got it over here. Let me pull it up in my phone here. I have all this stuff saved. This was supposed to be topics of discussion on the next show, but I got you. It's all right.
Reezy, we apologize for stealing all of Mike's information for your next pod.
Let's create some more content. This is what happens when you do impromptu shows. You know what I'm saying? So, Gene DeLance from Florida was the tackle that they worked out. They also worked out a linebacker, Buddy Johnson, and a tight end, Leroy Watson. This team is trying every single tight end that's out there. I don't get why they won't go sign a veteran. Like,
don't we have more tight ends?
They're working out more tight ends. I
told you because this team is not sold on Ross Dwelly.
But Dwelly is
right?
Okay, so he's had the snaps on fullback, but you're telling me someone else couldn't do that if push came to shove that Juice wasn't here? I mean, you already got Hockett off this team, pissing him off with the whole practice squad. Like, we can have blockers. It's just like Ross Dwelly sucks as a blocker. You know, he's always in there for passing downs because he can't block. He sucks on special teams because he always has those big holding calls whenever we have a return. Like, Ross Dwelly is not the clutch player that a lot of people make him out to be.
Agent 49 says Leroy Watson can play both OT and TE. I have to do some research on that. That seems like a pretty awesome. That seems very McGlinchich, if you ask me. And with a name like Leroy Watson, I'm assured he can play the bass guitar as well.
Can I ask any of you, did you find like his comments about his weight like disconcerting when he said that this is his goal weight, this is the weight that he's always played at, and that he wasn't going to add extra weight when he was asked about it on Brad's show?
I missed that.
He's always been. Well, I saw pictures early in the spring of him, and he looked like a tight end. He looked like a power forward. He was really, really small, and I just thought that was from the surgery, obviously, and the injury. But he's never been just a huge oak. He's always been kind of railish, kind of tight end.
He's more of an athletic type. Yeah, he's more of an athletic type. He doesn't have the tight end history that Joe Staley had, but he's got that build. You know what I'm saying? And so, I think they want him to just be comfortable. They also don't want him to put up too much weight on a bad leg. So that's the other thing too, right? So you add extra pounds to a leg that you're trying to nurse back to health, it could be detrimental. So I think that the team's mindset is you can get down as long as you're not losing power. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then the one thing that was funny is that he improved his pass blocking grade, but his run blocking grade went down in 2021.
Okay, so if McGlinchey can't play, who are you guys thinking that will have it right tackle?
I don't think the Niners know.
I think it's Colton McKivitz as of right now.
Oh,
honestly, I think Brunskill's actually better on the right side, and McKivitz would probably be better on the left side for Trent if Trent has to wait like until Denver or something. Like,
can Brunskill play tackle?
Yeah, he did really well in 2019 when he filled in for both Staley and
Skule.
For
Skule played good
for McGlinchey.
Yeah, Skule and Brunskill played there for about 2 or 3 games in 2019.
You can never count out Jalen Moore. Now, I know a lot of people were down on Moore, but that was his first game back. People were forgetting that, what they saw in preseason. But Moore was coming back off of that injury, and he was the team's backup tackle. So, I mean, look, the thing is, we do have options, and I trust that these days between the last preseason game up to week 1, they're going to get this thing figured out. We're going to get some more reports. I don't know how many of these practices are open to the press, so I don't know if we're going to actually hear anything, but come week 1, we'll be ready. Now, if they'll be good, it's different, but they're going to put the best guys out there. You know what I'm saying? I think they're giving a bunch of options at the position to see how well they play. I wouldn't be upset if it was McKivitz, Brunskill, or Moore. If it's one of those 3 guys, as long as they're healthy and ready to go. So I think we'll be okay.
Before we get too far off of the offensive line, Mike, that was one thing I wanted to ask you. Seeing how they're building the offensive line, where does Brunskill fit in right now? Because we got the center. Trey Lance seems to love the center we got in place. We got
anything but center.
I see you shaking your head. Where does he fit in, bro?
He doesn't. He doesn't. I'm sorry, he doesn't, man. If the Niners had a healthy backup option with experience right now, I don't even think he's on this roster, if I'm being completely honest with you. I have not, and I was a big proponent. I don't know if you guys remember when I was like, yo, Joe Staley was out. He filled in really well that year. It was 2019, right? Like, I was really happy for him. And then, it's like Mike McGlinchey was out. He filled in well in that game too. I felt like they rushed back the starting tackles, and I was like, no, Brunskill was doing fine. We should have left him in there a little bit longer. Those were his best days. We have not seen that version of Brunskill since then.
But he's also had a bunch of injuries since then too.
Yeah, and imagine that's a bunch of injuries and not even being the starter, not even playing. So Imagine
like
you
Jeff
put him out
Wilson
there
Jr.
and-
They just have a natural propensity for getting nicked up.
Yeah.
What
And
about
so-
Zakel? Zakel.
On the practice squad.
I like him.
I mean,
team-
I mean, he's not gonna.
God.
He's
No,
like I think.
Nick Zakel made the 53.
Yeah, Nick Zakel, I guess, has always been improving. His physical traits are really good. Like his RAS score is like 9.7 or something. It's pretty crazy. He's supposed to be really smart. So I think Zakel is probably going to be like the starting center, like in a year or two. Like it's going to be Brendel's job this year, obviously. And I think probably either Brunskill or Zakel is going to be the backup center. And then, yeah, that's what I think.
Thank God Burford it seems to be the real deal, because what would we do if we hadn't got Burford? Then we'd be thinking about right guard, right tackle, and maybe left tackle. Jeez. And then Banks. I don't know. That'd be pretty tough.
Burford was a good pickup.
Yep.
I had him on my draft board. Yeah, I like Burford.
Can Zakel play center? I know he's a
Yeah,
tackle.
he was playing in camp. He was playing when Brunskill was down. He was the second team center.
Oof. That's that cross training shit that Melissa was talking about earlier.
Just let someone develop in one position, and then if emergency need be, then do it in the off season. Like, why do you do it right before the season?
I don't get it.
Makes no sense.
I mean, as far as I know, while he was at Fordham, he only was a tackle. I don't get it.
On a happier note, because you have become an unofficial member of Niners Hive, this is the hoodie I'm wearing right now.
Oh,
that's pretty.
Trey?
Yeah, from draft night.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's cool. It's a zip-up hoodie, and then on the front, it actually literally has the Niners Hive logo.
That's pretty cool.
See that?
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope.
I like that. I like that a lot. I'm trying to think of what else what do we have here? So Zakel.
Can I ask you guys, who's your favorite rookie that's going to be a starter right now? Because we were just talking about Burford. And for me, I still think mine is Burford, even though he had those two wishy-washy holding calls in the Texans game. But a lot of people, it's Samuel Womack. So I was curious, who's the more impressive rookie that kind of won a starting position to you guys?
Mine is definitely Womack. I call him AKA Bobby Womack.
I don't know if you know Deion Johnson, but Deion Johnson, as known as Swifty on Twitter, kind of has that like whole that's his thing because he's like one of the first people who did that together.
Yeah, no, definitely Sam Womack. And it's not just because of the 2 picks in that first preseason game. I played corner in high school, and I like to watch corners. I like to watch their feet. I like to watch their eyes. And this dude, bro, from what I have seen, he's the real deal, dude. He watches. He's watching the receiver. He's watching the quarterback, and he's there. He's got the speed to close. We've seen. I'm rolling with Bobby. Sam, aka Bobby. That's my boy right there, man. I'm going with Bobby, man.
Do you agree that he got his head around? Because I still swear he got his head around on that one penalty they got.
He definitely did, and that's what I mean. Like, I was taught, as a corner, you take your back pedals, you watch your receiver, but you got to glance up. You got to see the quarterback too. And this dude's closing speed, the way he did what he did, I'm completely sold on Womack. Womack is my pick. For sure, hands down. Y'all can pick whoever y'all want. I'm rolling with Bobby.
That one interception where he broke. That one interception where he broke and he just snatched the ball. That was impressive for a rookie. That was some of the corners we had last year couldn't do that.
Am I the only one who thinks the other interception from the Green Bay game was the more impressive one? Because they said all camp they've been counting turnovers, especially interceptions, and they told them repeatedly over and over and over again, fight for the ball, fight for the ball, fight for the ball, fight until the last possible second. And that's exactly how he got the ball. And to me, that was more impressive that a rookie just took exactly what they were doing and fought all the way to the end.
I don't want to discredit that. That's always good when you fight to the end. But I'm telling you,
no, I'm not saying the other one's not special, but just for me, like personally, like with so many of these younger guys, they're taught to, if they can't get the ball themselves, to just bat it down, and then sometimes it gets tipped back to the other team or something.
Right.
So for him to have that kind of mentality to not give up on the ball, even when it wasn't an easy catch for him,
right,
that impressed me more.
That was nice. That was definitely nice. I can't hate on it. Don't take nothing away from that. But from a technique standpoint,
no, I get you, and I respect you. That's why I just said for me it's different, but I respect where you're coming from too.
No. Definitely agree with you, because that was impressive to see. I haven't seen anyone in our secondary do that since Tark took the ball from DK Metcalf.
Oh,
you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I ain't seen nobody else in the secondary pull something like that since then. So no, it was definitely nice. But like I said, watching Womack, and from a technique standpoint, man, I'll put all my eggs in that dude's basket that he gonna be.
I actually think the last time I saw something like that was Jamar Andrew Taylor in the Patriots game in 2020. He had a game in that Patriots game versus Bill Belichick.
Who'd you say?
Jamar Andrew Taylor. He got injured that game too. It was the Jamar Taylor game, and it was the Jeff Wilson Jr. game on National Tight Ends Day when they actually ended up benching Cam Newton because he was playing so awfully.
Oh, see what?
I see what you're doing. Okay.
How much do you think Danny
sparked the cigar? Check him out.
Hey, how much do you think Danny Gray is gonna play this year?
That's what I was gonna ask. Is Danny Gray's anyone's favorite? Like, because
he's a great rookie. I mean, he looks great in the preseason, of course, but yeah, he's got the speed. You know, he's got pretty good hands. He can run the routes pretty good. But how much will he play? He's going to be the 5, or is
I think he's going to be. I think the third wide receiver on this team is going to be based on situation, right? I think when you have like goal, that might be Jennings, right? And then I think when they're like in between the 20s, it's probably going to be Ray McLeod and Danny Gray. And they're probably going to do some 4 wide receiver sets and things like that this year as well. And what's cool about Danny Gray is that before we had Travis Benjamin, right? But Travis Benjamin, man, he had the speed, but that guy was not. That guy alligator armed everything, man. And as far as Danny Gray is, he's I think faster than Travis Benjamin, and he could really open this offense up. He could really scare teams because what are you going to do? Are you okay when they put him in the slot in that Green Bay game? You put a safety on Danny Gray. Good luck. It better be Derwin James. It better be Derwin James. You put a safety on him, and then if you double him, what are you going to do? You're going to double him and then have freaking Kittle or Debo or Ayuk just free? See, it's dangerous. Like, I'm not saying that we'll see what happens, right? Because we've seen this before where you get like this promising receiver where everyone thinks he's going to ball out and it doesn't happen. But I'm very hopeful for him. I'm very hopeful how he can change this offense.
Oh, yeah.
And we got a quarterback that can get him the ball.
You're right.
Wouldn't the better comparison be Marquise Goodwin? And now we actually have a quarterback that can take advantage of that speed? Because I think Marquise Goodwin never really took off because we didn't really have anyone who could take advantage of his speed.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think Marquise Goodman has all the things that Danny Gray is. Like, Danny Gray will even do jet sweep. I mean, I know that they did that for Marquise Goodwin as well, but I think Danny Gray is more complete.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Well, for me, Mike, I'm going to go back to the summers of 1992, 1993, and 1994. Whenever in doubt, get a ball to Jordan, and that's going to be Jordan Mason. I see something different.
Oh, good one. That's a good call.
Yeah, I got to call a timeout.
Okay.
There, no, I love that answer, especially the way you said it.
I don't care what
I'm throwing a flag on the play. We can't accept that answer. We can't accept that answer. I'm throwing a
It's gotta
flag.
go to
Why?
New
He's
York.
technically a rookie.
It's got to go to New York.
Technically, we said a rookie.
He's a
It's got to
rookie,
go to
but
New
he's not a
York, right?
starter. He's not a starter.
Give the ball to Jordan.
Okay, but we don't have a running back starter. Even in the years where we have like someone who said RB1, they're not always RB1. Breida wasn't always RB1. Tevin Coleman wasn't always RB1.
So you
Raheem
want
Mostert couldn't be RB1 to save his life.
But he got a point. 'cause
Elijah
he
came
did
out
say
of
starter.
nowhere. You're gonna have if this kid gets in that game, you gonna sign, seal, and deliver it.
It's gonna be 6
all
games
about
before
that
you see
action,
Jordan
though.
Mason. It's gonna be 6 games before you see Jordan Mason.
Okay, you're really
All right.
saying that we're gonna
It's
shove
about
Elijah
that.
Mitchell back early and save Jordan Mason for a month and a half?
It's not about saving him. He's not even going to be dressed on game day. We're not dressing for running backs.
Preach.
You're going to have Elijah Mitchell, Ty Davis Price,
Jeff
and
Wilson
you're probably
Jr.
and Jeff Wilson Jr. You're not going to have 4 running backs dressed on game day.
Facts.
I think that's
It's not
true.
me.
I think
This
that's
is the
true.
Niners. It's not me.
It's not. Yeah.
I'm not saying
me.
it's you. I'm just like,
Before this year's over, you gonna see get the ball to Jordan.
Hey, I
I
don't
agree with
disagree
that.
though, Terry.
Yeah,
You're
and then
right.
with the
It's
Niners,
gonna be
you
a
know
problem.
they're not gonna have TDP be a non-dress because it'd be like 2 third-string running backs now. You know what I mean? There's no way they're gonna do that.
Right. Now, if we can just name any rookie that I'm excited to see, I can't believe y'all didn't say this, but my answer is definitely gonna go ahead. Who said it?
No,
So-
Drake
I've already
Jackson.
said.
You know it's gonna be
Yeah.
Drake
Drake
Jackson.
Jackson, baby.
Yeah.
It's Drake Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy is gonna come in here and
Technically, he's not a
gonna
starter
do-
though.
He's gonna right. Well, she said it didn't have to be a starter anymore, so that's why I was sitting here raking my brain like, who's gonna get out here?
Yeah,
I was
that's a
gonna
good one.
challenge the Womack thing. If teams don't come out in the 3 wide receiver set, I was gonna challenge that, but she said a rookie.
We got some good rookies around here.
I just
Another USC guy. No slander to
Yeah.
Drake Jackson.
I like Drake Jackson.
Gonna be that dude too, man. He's
I
gonna be
just-
that guy too, man.
for me,
Drake gonna be nice.
all those picks are true. It's just for me, for Spencer Burford was that guy because, for a lot of us, we only knew Trent Williams was making this offensive line. We had no idea what the hell was going to happen with the other 4 spots. And even before I was sold on Brendel, even before I was kind of warming up to Aaron Banks, Spencer Burford was that guy that came in as a rookie and kind of made you feel comfortable having that starting position. And not a lot of rookies, let alone a lot of vets, seem to be able to pick that up for this offensive line. So for me, that just the extra hardness of the offensive line and how much pressure the offensive line has in protecting Trey. For me, he has to get the nod above everybody.
Yeah, I like that. He's
I like
definitely going to
Burford.
be a rookie that's out there as a starter. So that's a phenomenal pick right there by you. That is a great pick. He's going to be the guy that's most productive right away, straight out the gate. And it's funny because I heard one of the Mats, I think it was Burrows on KNBR, talking about how Hance was brought in to be an Aaron Banks replacement. Like, bro, what are you talking about? What are these guys? I am so sick of these guys trying.
Yeah.
Like our beat writers, our longtime beat writers, have all of a sudden gotten lazy and just going with whatever the people are saying on Twitter. Like, not for nothing. Listen, I know nothing but Niners. We like to have fun. We come on here and we joke and everything, but I take what we do seriously, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna spread misinformation just because that's what 90% of people on Twitter are saying. The people on Twitter are looking to us, for the information, for the right information. Hance was not brought in here to be a guard. Now, can he play guard? Yes, he literally can play all 5 positions. He can play all 5 positions, but he was brought in here to be a backup tackle. He was brought in for a security blanket for in the situation that Williams can't play and McGlinchey can't play. Aaron Banks' job is just as secure as Spencer Burford. I don't care what anybody says. If you look at PFF, you look at any advanced metric, Banks was the best guard on the field.
Mike, I got a little pushback on you, though.
I dare you. Try it. I'm looking at it.
certain podcasters have had the Tracy Sandlers and the other kind of beat writers on their podcast lately. And even when you guys don't feature the actual person themselves, you guys always pull up their tweets as this reporter said this reporter said that. You either give them kudos for what they're saying, or you go into like a 20-minute rant about what bullcrap it was, like with the elite arm talent that I think Mayoko said a while ago. Like every single podcast was talking about it. So I think as beat reporters, they all have that like kind of mentality. The clicks, the follows always happen, and they always get pushback and feedback, and it helps them when they're talked about. So I think with how many podcasters there are, and there are a ton of not inner podcasters, I think these people are more concerned about getting notoriety than they are about asking the tough questions or covering the team now, because they know whatever happens, Niner faithful are going to see what they do and they're going to have some kind of opinion about it.
So what you're saying is they're taking the Grant Cohn route instead of standing on what's honorable and doing the right thing.
Yes, because it was a big story. Like everybody had their own version of a tweet when what was it? Darnell Mooney called into KNBR and he was talking about how Justin Fields is going to prove this team how much they're going to regret not picking him at 3. Like that was the only thing that you heard like all day on Twitter. Every single different beat writer was making their own version of that tweet. Like, so I really do think that these people, I'm not discrediting what they do, but I think a lot of it is just getting that kind of notoriety that we see them and that we're talking about them.
Well, they got it wrong. They got it wrong because the beat writer's original point was to be the closest to the source.
Yeah.
That they were supposed to correct the masses when the masses were wrong, not to appeal to the masses. You know, like that was what Matt Mayoko prided himself on, 3 years and the 20 year from the last 20 to up to 3 years ago. That was Matt Mayoko's job. I hear everyone saying this, but this is actually what's happening. Now all of a sudden it's, I still think Kyle really wanted to have,
Mac Jones.
Over. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? There was nothing stopping Kyle from getting him if that's who he really wanted.
Yeah.
But for the last 2 years, he's also been the biggest Jimmy supporter on all of Niner subjects. So
yeah.
And that's what made me so sad about Kiana leaving. It's like Kiana was like the last voice that you could follow her, and she didn't have a biased opinion. She didn't have pro takes. She didn't have negative takes. She reported on the team. She gave you those in-depth things where she interviewed the guys, and you kind of had like that last true voice.
Have they replaced Kiana yet?
Yes, they have.
Who's the new team reporter?
I don't know her name off the top of my head, but they brought in somebody else.
Yeah,
She was there
it's
at
another
the
female.
Minnesota
I don't know her
practices.
name either, but yeah.
All right.
It's
I gotta go. I
Morales
think
or something like that. I don't remember.
y'all keep talking. I think there's a raccoon in my yard. I gotta go scare this thing away. It's right here. I'll be right back.
Watch out for them goons now.
But what you said, Melissa, about all the, I was confused because what were you gonna say about Banks? Wasn't you gonna say about? I got confused there.
Oh yeah. I was never really sold on Banks. I was a Creed Humphrey fan. So, but I saw enough of him this offseason to start to kind of warm up to him. But that's what's also part of my worry. The offensive line and the tight end room have been my two major concerns for this team.
Yeah, definitely offensive line.
Yeah, I'm not a big Banks guy either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm crossing my fingers because I was really hard on him last year, and then this year I've been hearing things that okay, he's been actually pretty solid, and so we'll see what happens. I'm crossing my fingers there.
And I think it also hasn't helped the players that we haven't had a definitive answer when it comes to who the favorite is and who's getting the most support and being developed by the team. Like we had that whole issue with Diamador and Ambry last year. We had Diamador start the year, and then we later learned about his personal reasons why he kind of got pulled back and everything. But at the time, we just thought okay, he had that really bad snap in Philly, and he had some other times where he struggled a bit, and then he was sat, and then we had Josh Norman and Kirkpatrick, and then Ambry came in, and he would suffer, and he would like give up an interception or a Bosa sack, but he stayed in, and we were all like questioning what the hell did Diamador do to kind of lose favor with the team, and it was the same thing with Banks and Moore last year. Like, we didn't know where one stood, where one other stood. It's just, it was really on and off with these guys, and that kind of non-clarity made people feel a certain way towards these 4 players. So I'm hoping that this year it's easier for those 4 players to kind of dispel some things.
And another thing about Banks, we weren't there in camp. I don't think any of you guys were there in camp. We didn't see what Banks did in camp, but just what I saw in preseason alone from Banks, he's not the guy, dude. I saw a lot. Banks ain't the guy, dude. Come on, Mike.
What?
Hey,
there's a breakdown. There's a breakdown. You gotta
hold on.
Mike, you gotta show that breakdown.
Hold on. I was way more impressed with what I saw from Poe, an undrafted rookie that came in.
No, Poe in the last game was killed. Poe in the last Texas game was killed.
Okay. But you're talking about 1 game out of 3. What did Banks do in those 3 games that showed you he was better?
But see, a lot of people have issues with Poe because of how small he is.
LeBron, there's a cut up that Michael can share with you that might change your mind.
Okay, please do. Put it in the chat.
Yo, Mike wants to fight.
I'm about to flip. No,
because we watched the game together. We watched the Texans together. There's me, Melissa, Mike, and Mike was running around. He had a party going on and everything. I said, Mike, hey man, I keep on seeing Banks' man in the backfield. Number 69 was taking handoffs.
Mike.
Was taking handoffs.
Banks was getting beat like he stole something.
Sermon's garbage. Look at Sermon.
Y'all about to release the Jersey Mike, and Jersey Mike's coming.
Mike, come on, bro. Come on.
All right, let's dispel a couple of things here. So
come on.
Let me take this all the way back. I'm a slow walk this bad boy. Melissa was right. Melissa was right. There was a lot of misconception about players from last season. Banks, Lenore. Okay, she explained what happened with Lenore and his personal things, but we didn't find out about those until this year. And now all of a sudden, Lenore seems to look rejuvenated. Okay, now with Banks, what happened with him and why all these faithful all of a sudden down on this dude is because that stupid ass stat came out. No 2nd round pick has ever played less snaps than this guy. And boom, his name was right there at the top of the list. So now everyone's like, oh, this guy is trash. He's a bum. He's no good. Okay. Go back and watch the preseason games. Don't believe me? Ask PFF. And I don't care what PFF says, but he's up there. He's up there. He had better numbers than Burford, than Poe, or any other guard on not just the Niners, probably the highest rated guard in the entire NFL. That's how good he was. But still, don't believe me? That's fine. Don't believe PFF? That's fine. You guys got to trust your own eyes.
Yes, I think the Texans game has to be taken with a grain of salt, though. I think
because, and I'm about to body that. I swear to God, I'm about to body that. No tackles were in there, so the tackles were so bad that the guards were taking on one guy and then shedding him and going to help the tackles out. So you guys cannot watch that Texans game and just assume that the guards were so bad that da-da-da-da-da. If you go back and watch the pressures that were given up, none of them, well, 1 or 2 of them were credited to the guards at that time. Even though you guys saw pressure coming up the middle, this guy he's blocking his guy. He sees the left tackle in trouble. He sheds his guy and he goes to assist the left tackle. The guys were getting pressure because of how bad the left tackles were, because of how bad the tackles were.
Now, let me ask you a question.
And that one pancake where he closes the distance, he runs from one side to the next side, pancakes the guy, and they're like, "This is the one thing." Like, and then, but yeah, so there's a cut up that Mike should have that he could send out that you guys see it, you'll change your mind. I'm not saying that he's going to be a world beater, but that's a lot better than what we thought. That's what I'm saying. A lot better.
And I also think that the Texans game is made specifically to be awful. So Kyle could see how these guys responded to adversity and being down, because we've had the other 2 games pretty handily. And I think he really wanted to see how these rookies, especially like the Purdy's and everything else, were going to handle pressure when push came to shove.
I don't
And
know about that,
Purdy
but-
kind of choked with the whole last series and trying to play hero ball and making something out of nothing. And
Yeah,
he even says like practice, preseason games don't matter to him. Practices matter more. And I really think he just want to have that semi real life action against another team, points counted down, everything else, where he could see how these guys respond to being in negative situations.
Remember, there was a third. Remember what Kyle had said it from the beginning. The 3 games in 12 days, right?
Yeah.
So, and a lot of the guys that played guard and all those, they played all the games, right?
Exactly.
And then you had 3 flights. So I think the whole team was just flat, right? And I bet you what Kyle said to these guys at some point, hey, we know that this is the 3rd game in 12 days. Don't hurt yourself. Like, you know what I mean? I didn't schedule this up to protect you guys. I mean, go play, but don't hurt yourself, right? So I think that's part of it too.
I can agree with that.
And
they had to do a quick turnaround after, they had been in combined practices, and I'm allotted for that latitude. But
and I also think that these guys have not played together. Like we saw it last year when we put in Mac and everybody else for the first time. These guys literally had no gelling. They had no timing. They had no idea how each other worked besides tape. And when game time happened, they were literally stepping on each other's toes and blocking in the same gaps because they hadn't played together. Like this is one of those units where you can't just flub it or go by books or just go by tape or just by watching a guy. You literally have to be there back to back, side to side, and know each other and how each other's going to handle things. So all those things together, I don't take the Texans game as seriously as a lot of people kind of freaked out and called end of the world and started that stupid hashtag fire Chris Forrester thing. Like, it felt like D'Amico Ryans at the beginning of last year. Everyone was calling Jets fire Salah right away and bring him back. D'Amico Ryans is trash. He should never have gotten TC. Like, y'all didn't give him a chance. I mean, barely 2 weeks in, and everyone's like, "Oh, Jets fire him right away and bring back Salah." Like,
I'm glad the link
it's
that
too reactionary.
The link that Mike provided, that guy is not a Niner fan, by the way. He does everyone. So keep that in mind.
Well, Scout, I'm taking a look at it now.
Yeah. He's not just he does everyone. He's not a Niner fan.
Hey, the one thing that I'm happy is about Jake Brendel, and I think Trey, having worked with him last year, has more comfort. He believes in him. When he had a presser, he said, that Brendel was doing the job. So that's a good thing for Trey, that he's got his familiarity with Brendel. He's comfortable with him. He has confidence in him. So I think that's going to help, because the last thing you want is bad snaps.
And then even before they knew Alex Mack was going to retire, they signed him, right? And then they were confident with him. So when they were confident about him and said it early, I wasn't so worried. I know a lot of people were worried, and I was like saying, it's Brendel's season. Trust me, Brendel's going to be the center. And if you look at his RAS score, right, and he played a lot of center at UCLA, 4 years, RAS score over 9, right, and known as being smart, and that's good enough. Of course, we still had to see it, but so far, he's probably been the second best.
I think what hurt Brendel was that I think they knew that Richburg and Garland couldn't stay healthy at the beginning of 2020, and he was that guy that they were hoping to kind of be that either first or second kind of guy for center, and then he decided to opt out of that year, and I think that really took a pot shot at Brendel, and he had to work his way back into the team's good graces.
Yeah, and
How many years? How many years has Brendel been pro?
I think it was
5
like
or 6. He's 29
6 or something.
Oh, see, so he's already a seasoned guy. He knows what the deal is. This is like his last. He better take advantage of this.
Well,
It's a lot like the Jimmy situation where I think he's only been like a starter for 3 or so games in his whole career. So a lot of people are questioning why he hasn't had more snaps and if we can trust him if he's a vet with so little snaps.
Yeah.
Well, look, when compared to everybody else who's snapping the ball to the left, to the
Yeah.
right, over the quarterback's head, he's the best we got.
I'm
And
not
like
taking
you
a
said-
shot at Brendel, Mike.
I know. But we have to take that into consideration along with the fact that he does have rapport with Trey Lance, guys. Like that's an important thing. He's the only center on this entire roster, including Alex Mack, if he was still here, that knows Trey Lance's tendencies, the way he likes to move, if pressure's coming, which side he goes to first, and things like that. This is the best option that we have. He's going to be all right. I promise you guys, he's going to be all right. But I understand the fans' apprehension when you're looking at a new center, right? We're looking at two new guards
and a new tackle.
Yeah.
Right. But now Spencer Burford took that spot away, but Banks was also the backup guard. He's also been working with Trey Lance just as long as Brendel has. You understand what I'm saying? So these guys have been there. Colton McKivitz, if he has to fill in, he was also the backup tackle on that second line as well. So even if McKivitz has to fill in, that's 3 of 5 positions that have rapport with Trey Lance and know his tendencies. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. I really encourage you guys to go and watch that.
Like I still say, my biggest concern right now is the tight end room. I said it in your last call in when I called in, and I still feel that way.
You want to know the one reason I haven't talked about the tight ends? Oh, what was that? What was that, Tara?
You don't like Dwelly?
I hate Ross Dwelly. I do. I hate Ross Dwelly and I hate Kyle Juszczyk, and I will never be straight off either of those opinions.
Oh, you don't like Juice?
No.
That's because she likes Hulky, though.
That's not the only reason why. You do not understand the hell I was put through for 2 straight years, but especially for 4 straight months after the week 3 debacle when he failed not on 1 but 2 failed quarterback sneaks by my brother. My brother is the biggest troll, and I had to deal with him for 2 years crow about COVID Bowl and week 3 about how he's on a winning streak, and he would never let me live that down that we couldn't get 1 damn yard. I lived with that pain. That was the final straw with me and Kyle Juszczyk.
When we played the Packers?
Yes.
Yeah, Juice had the third and 1 or whatever it was and couldn't convert, but that's not his game. But I will say
Melissa, you're not gonna tell me you don't like a little orange juice now and then.
I can't. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so me and juice literally cannot go together.
Yeah, orange juice 0.
You guys know
I cannot touch
Josh
juice.
Josh Bookett
is still a free.
Melissa as what Akella Witherspoon is to me.
That's
her Akella Witherspoon, just so y'all know. So look at
you know what? Make fun of me all you want, but make fun of me all you want. But guess what? I even got Breezy to fall in love with this guy because Breezy had him on his show and interviewed him.
Did he get picked up?
Wayne Breezy.
No, what player are we talking about?
Josh Hockett.
Okay.
He is an all-star wrestling and football player. Like, I don't understand the hate that this kid gets. And he hasn't had a chance because Kyle Juszczyk is here. And as long as Kyle Juszczyk wants to be here, no one's taking that spot from him.
But people actually hate him?
He's with the Cardinals now, by the way.
Okay. He's not. He got released, Mike.
Oh. Okay. I knew last I heard that he signed there, but he's released again. Okay.
So if we have if we have 4 tight ends, what's the reasoning behind that? Just because we're gonna block? Because we want 2 tight end sets? What's the deal?
Oh, I've missed the idea of 2 tight end sets.
We got.
I don't talk about the tight end position because it's gonna equate to people thinking that I'm a hater on Kittle. So I don't even bring it up anymore. But the tight end position is definitely a position of need for this team, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at how they're still working out tight ends. They're looking for them all the time for a reason. They're looking for them.
You don't think that we could possibly have a package where Juszczyk plays another tight end position instead of, because come on, Juszczyk is only in there so much.
He does.
Juszczyk could possibly do the tight end job.
Yeah,
I've wanted to see the 2 tight end set ever since
Kyle
spent 2 months getting me all hyped for it when he signed Jordan Reed. I wanted to see it so bad, and we never got the two of them healthy at the same time.
We could
I think
dominate.
I think what people want to see are two pass catching tight ends on the field at the same time.
Okay.
I really think that's what it comes down to. And in the event that George Kittle is banged up, our tight end position is just done from the game plan as far as offensive production. Blocking, sure. But as far as a pass catching tight end other than George Kittle, and he gets injured a lot. He plays through them all the time, but the team they won't even target him. Right?
Well, Dwelly would be the tight end to take over for pass catching.
We had Croft.
There you go.
They released Croft.
There you go, Chip.
Croft was the pass catching tight end that we didn't bring back. We had
and that's why. No, but he's back. He's back now.
He's back. Practice squad.
He is back.
Okay.
He is back.
Okay.
No, not practice squad. They signed him.
But roster.
Yeah, he didn't make the original 53. They cut him, but then when they had to
They
put
did the injury vested veterans.
Yeah, when they put Jimmy Ward and Robinson on IR, him and Willis came back right away.
Then I'm not worried. Croft can handle secondary pass catching. Y'all might not believe in him. Just look at a little tape. That dude, he can catch some passes, bro.
He did good in the preseason.
Mike, why do you always gotta control the injuries?
I said the concern. I was on your side in this argument that we need more tight ends, and I was saying why.
2019, what did he miss? 2 games, and they would have played those games if they really needed him, but they were doing it so that way he didn't get a worse injury because they were on a playoff run.
It's not about the games that he misses. It's that when he's injured, they don't even target him. And so we're losing a valuable pass catcher. It's not about the games that he misses. I could care less how many
well, that is also my concern, which I've brought up multiple times to you, to John V, to everybody. I'm sick of George Kittle being used as a 6th offensive lineman, but that's what they've been doing because the right side of this line has been so trash, and that's mostly because Tom Compton was starting for us.
And that's why we need another pass-catching tight end. I think Tyler Croft could be that guy.
Croft is that guy.
But he's also someone who has a lot of injuries. So, you know what I'm saying? He's got to stay healthy. Now,
the same thing could be said about Charlie Warner. Like, Charlie Warner can actually catch, but the problem is Charlie Warner, A, hasn't been used much for the catching game, and B, is now getting nicked up. So,
Right. So, I mean, we got to see how it plays out. We have to see how it plays out. We talked a lot about offense this entire game. This entire show. It's been 3 hours, by the way. This is
we know what we're gonna get out of the defense, though. Like the one thing that's been
let me get your guys' take on Kinlaw. Is Kinlaw gonna be over or under 12 games? Is he gonna play
over
or over?
For sure.
Okay, and if he plays over, he's the guy that's going to make the difference with our defense because he's going to stuff the run. He's going to stuff the run. They won't be able to run against us.
Bro, Kinlaw is going to be everything we expected him to be when we drafted him, and he didn't show. This Kinlaw, this healthy Kinlaw, is going to be everything.
Hey, let's not say 2020.
He's motivated.
Defense, wait. 2020, the run defense improved. The pass, yes, we didn't get the pass rush we wanted from him, but the run defense did improve, even with Buckner gone.
But not just that. I want to say this too. Kinlaw has intangibles that we don't always take into consideration. Y'all all remember that interception that he had in that Rams
against the Rams. Yeah,
he's not just a run stuffer.
Yeah.
Kinlaw's he's really alert.
I thought that was the Arizona game because I remember watching that with Mike, and you guys came like right out of half, and he had the interception right away, the pick six.
I think he scored in New York or Philly, one of the two. He scored somewhere.
About the pick six, right?
Pick six.
Yeah, the one right after Christmas was like December 26th, and then it was like right out of half. He had the pick six, and then he did that weird flip into the end zone thing.
Yeah.
When I saw the tape on him at South Carolina, man, that guy could move. He can move for a big guy. He's physical. He's everything. He's everything that we want.
Rams.
It was against the Rams.
And
he gets his hands up.
Hey, another thing is
he gets his hands up. We should have at least 2 or 3 batted balls a game from our defensive line.
Speaking of that,
get your hands up if you can't get there.
Do you think we see him on special teams again? Because I know Mike was there for the Philly game, and he was that key guy that blocked the field goal in Philly. Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah. They'll use high drafted guy. Even Eric Armstead plays special teams on. He's actually on our kicking team, our field goal team. He's the left tackle, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I don't know if they consider him a tackle, but he's even Eric Armstead's out there. Kinlaw will definitely be out there.
The other guy that has been kind of unnoticed in the preseason is Ebukam. I think Ebukam, he's gonna have this is a contract year. That guy's gonna have a breakout year. I just have a feeling that between him and then Drake Jackson will be able to handle the ends, even in Menahu. I think we're gonna be pretty good.
I agree.
I have zero faith. I have zero faith in Samson Ebukam. Zero.
Same.
He's been knocking
I
on
like
the
him.
door for 4 years.
I think Drake Jackson.
I like everyone on that D
I
line.
think Drake Jackson is going to be better than Ebukam. One thing that I saw from Drake Jackson, you look at his change of direction and watch the preseason games. Every tackle, even if the play is away from Drake Jackson's side, he is around the tackle. He's got a nose for the ball. Drake Jackson is the one. Another USC guy.
Hey, Mike.
Hey,
Drake Jackson,
LeBron. Hey, Brendan Rice, you looking forward to him? Jerry Rice's kid. He's a starting wide receiver at USC.
Hey, I got my eye on him, but I'm not anointing him yet. It's still early. It's too early to anoint that guy.
Yeah, they have too many crazy receivers. That's why.
So I'm gonna watch.
They have two crazy receivers, three crazy receivers, or two crazy receivers.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, since you love putting up jersey guys, what are your thoughts with Kevin Givens in a contract year?
So Givens, I think, has to work his way into the rotation more. I think right now he's buried on the depth chart. In a contract year, see, the thing is, like, there's a lot of them in a contract year on this team right now. So we're gonna sign.
There's what 30 guys now that are all like on 1-year deals right now.
So is it that high? Is it really 30? Holy smoke!
Last check I had was like 24, 26 of them, and then now there's a couple more with Croft and Willis. So yeah,
true. Yeah,
it's around 30.
I thought it was around 24, but yeah, I forgot about those guys being signed, and you got to add them to that list now.
And speaking of that, the one quote I did get from the Lynch interview was that he was talking about there's that one obvious that we don't have to really touch for another year. When he was talking about the future monies, I was wondering, since we all know that's kind of Bosa because they picked up a 5th-year option.
Yep.
Do you think that the players he was kind of insinuating was him trying to make a deal with either Greenlaw or Aziz right now to get them locked up before they have another good year and to get one of them down now so that way he doesn't have both of them asking for big money at the end of the season?
What Melissa is talking about was during Lynch's presser, they asked him, now that Jimmy, took this contract and freed up some more space, are you guys going to work on any more deals? And he said, yes, we are in talks with a couple of players, but we'll see how that plays out. So who could he have been talking about with an extension, excluding Nick Bosa? Who do you guys think?
Mosley is the obvious one, right?
I really think it's Aziz and Dre because I think they want to lock one of them down and then maybe take a flight at the other one at the end of the year, but they don't want to pay them both at the end of the year, and then both have to get like Warner money.
They tried out a linebacker today again as well, which I thought was interesting.
Well, that's because Oren Burks just got hurt in the Texas game.
Did.
Oh no, Burks hurt?
Yeah, it's not a serious injury, but yeah, he got nicked up in the Texas game.
Okay.
And then Chris Robinson is also on IR, so I think they just want to have those other linebackers just in case.
I don't think he got his.
Hey, LeBron, are you over or under 8 sacks for Drake Jackson this year?
Under.
Oh, that's a lot.
I'm not going to look, bro. I'm a homer. I love USC. You're not going to get me on that. It's under.
Yeah.
He's going to be sharing reps. He's definitely not getting the bulk of all of those reps unless he shows us something.
Okay, LeBron, who gets more sacks versus Seattle? Bosa or Jackson?
Bosa.
Against just Seattle?
Just Seattle.
It's tough, man. Against Seattle, I'm gonna go Nick Bosa, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's tough. Wait. You know why? You know why I say it's tough? Because Bosa gets held 5 to 7 times a game, and they don't call it, bro.
They double team him.
You gotta work your refs. You gotta work them. You gotta work them like Phil.
I have
Jackson.
to.
Yeah, but
I
you
have
know
to
what?
shout out. I have to shout out Perk Dog because he was like the first person last year that backed me up when I did the whole stop holding Nick Bosa crap last year because it was.
You know what
it
it
was
is?
so bad. We were on Monday Night Football and Louis Riddick was literally making out like it was no big deal that he had an entire arm choking and yanking his head back to back like a rag doll.
That's every game.
I know,
Yeah,
but
I think it was the
but the
reason
problem
why.
that
is
it
the Shaq
was
syndrome.
prime time and it was a big sack in the fourth quarter, and he finally got home because they had held him earlier, and he still got home in that sack, and it was a huge deal because they were acting like it was no big deal that he was held that entire time before he got the sack, and that kind of pissed me off because I'm like, you have this national media spotlight. You have this big dominant player who got 15 and a half sacks. You have the optimum time to address this. And these are former players and they're not addressing it. That's what disappointed me.
I think the reason why Bosa doesn't get as many calls as he should is because he's always so balanced. It's kind of like the Shaq syndrome. Like, people are fouling the shit out of him, but he's so damn strong, it doesn't look like he's getting fouled. But if you look at it, he's getting fouled like crap. So I think Bosa, he's always in balance. He's always in balance, even though he's being held. So it doesn't look ugly.
Bosa plays so low that they don't see a lot of it. He's one of those guys, once he gets the edge and he's bending, Bosa gets so low that a lot of those holds don't get seen by the referee. We see it at home.
It's not obvious. Like if he fell more, if he flopped,
he needs
they would call it.
See, I'm gonna pull out my NJ Bro Mike's conspiracy hat for a second. I legitimately think that Nick Bosa would get more calls if we had a fantasy starring quarterback. But because we don't have those big high-end fantasy guys that have taken over the league and fantasy is making so much money for the NFL, we're not getting as much calls for our defense because our offense isn't producing more money for them.
Well, let's just call it what it is. The Niners never get calls.
Well, hold on. Let me.
We're going to slippery slope. We're going dark now.
Nah, I want to go back to a couple of things. Y'all have said some stuff that I've disagreed with, and I've been listening to y'all. Tara, too, you've been kind of quiet over there, but I want to say a couple of things. First of all, you got to take over 8 for Drake Jackson. And I'm going to tell you why. Hear me out. Before you do that, hear me out. I'm going to name 4 players on the defensive line, and you tell me which one of those players are going to get doubled. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Nick Bosa.
Double.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, double.
Eric Armstead.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You can put whoever you want next to Armstead.
Javon Kinlaw. Yeah.
Kinlaw, and then Drake Jackson. Right. Who's getting the double teams?
Bosa.
Bosa and Armstead and
I think
Kinlaw. Kinlaw's gonna scare some people.
That's my point. So Drake Jackson is going to be having the best opportunity to get those sacks. So that's why they brought him in here. Listen, we got to go back to 2019 when, and I know it wasn't a lot, but when D Ford was healthy, he was the guy doing the damage because Nick Bosa was doing whatever. And then when they double teamed one guy, the other guy went crazy. Bosa's going to demand all those double teams. He's going to be out there getting the sacks. Drake Jackson's going to get the sacks. Because the other guy
ain't going to get all of the snaps. He's a rookie. He's going to be sharing those snaps. He's not going to get all the snaps.
You think that this team drafted him so that they could put Charles Omenihu out there on the passing downs?
I'm not saying that, but
Mike,
carry
Jake Jackson also got that stinger this offseason. I like the way you talk about Jordan Mason. I don't think he's going to be day one starter. I think they're going to wait a while. But once he is in there, I think he's going to dominate.
When this team picked him up,
once he's in there,
when this team picked him up, they said everything we saw said first rounder. We couldn't believe that he was still there when we were on the clock. He wasn't our target, but we had to take him because that was too much talent to pass up.
Facts.
If they believe that he is a first round talent, what makes you guys think that they're going to go with a Charles Omenihu or Samson Ebukam over him?
Because this team usually goes and starts the guy with the money guaranteed that has experience.
Ebukam would start on base downs, right? Because I think Ebicom's going to be
I'm
there on
talking
base.
about passing downs.
Yeah.
I'm talking about third
You won't
and
see
fourth
Ebicom
and
there
longer.
on passing downs, I don't think.
Charles Minihue supposedly is on the up and up as well.
I like Charles Minihue.
I
like all these guys.
In the chain of command, you got other guys that are going to get reps. I don't
Oh,
feel
yeah.
like Drake Jackson's getting all of those reps, bro.
Tell me one person that believes that Minihue is going to be better than Drake Jackson.
We're not saying better. Mike. We're not saying better. We're not even saying that he's not more talented with them. We're just saying that these guys are vets. These guys are proven. And this is what this team kind of does. They go vet first, and then they kind of start to sprinkle in the rookie. And if they can handle pressure, then they get a little bit more and a little bit more. It's exactly what you said about Mason. Mason's not going to be the guy, maybe even dressed for the first couple of weeks. Like you said, it had to get worked into.
Well, Drake Jackson's a little different because they drafted him so high. He's
true.
gonna get looks. He is gonna get looks. But
if Drake Jackson
in there every third down when you need pass rush.
If Drake Jackson gets a sack, like in a third down situation, and he flashes, and you see it because it's going to be the game of the week.
That's a good point.
If he flashes and he gets a sack, they're gonna think about him and they're gonna start saying, "Oh, well, maybe we can put him in a little bit more."
Let me ask you this, Mike. In the preseason, in the 3 games, how many sacks did he get? He had hella pressures. He had 4 or 5 pressures. How many sacks did Drake Jackson actually get?
2.
He's not gonna be in there every time there's a third down pass rush.
You can't do this based off. Wait. That's not a good reason. I'm gonna tell you why that's not a good reason, right? You can't say that based off of preseason because preseason they're trying literally everybody. They're literally trying everybody. Who was the guy out there on passing downs with the first team defense? It was Drake Jackson, guys. This isn't me. This isn't some crazy conspiracy theory. He was the guy that was out there.
Bosa wasn't playing though.
Huh?
Bosa wasn't playing though.
The whole defense wasn't playing.
Bosa wasn't out there. Armstead wasn't out there.
Okay.
I gotta see it, Mike. I gotta see it.
But Drake Jackson has everything. He's got everything. He's got the bend. He's got the strength. He's got a couple
Drake
of moves,
Jackson,
and he's got the speed. I mean, he comes
Y'all
around.
don't gotta convince me.
This is not putting any shade on Drake Jackson, right? Check this out.
None of us are saying that he doesn't have the gifts. We're just saying we don't think day one, snap one, he's gonna be the one that's getting the nod.
I'm hyped on Drake Jackson, but imagine, guys, in next year when he's had a full year under Kasarik and the weight room. And dude, he's gonna be jacked to watch next year. He's gonna be
Mike, year 2, I'm taking him over 8 sacks. Year 2, year 1, nah, under 8 sacks. Year 1.
Let's put some push-ups on it. Let's put some push-ups on it.
Come on, bro. Come on. It's
25 push-ups this year. 25 push-ups this year.
On, baby. Let's go.
It's on.
25 this year. We got a deal? 25 this year, over 8.
Man, how did I not know about this show?
Come on.
Previously,
it's 17 games now, LeBron.
I understand.
That's exactly. Come on, bro.
I'm a USC guy, but I know how the Niners roll. It's the same way when the roster was put together. That 53 man, there was dudes that I felt like was showing out. They ain't get the nod. Come on, bro. Mike. 25 push-ups. That's all I'm gonna say. Come on. 25.
We on it, bro. Let's go. We on it.
Let's go, baby. 25. Let's go.
8. Wait, we got wait. We can't. We're gonna do over under at 8. So if he gets 8.5, I win, right?
You win.
If it's 8, what happens? We both do 10.
Push.
Hey, we both do 15 just to make it what it is. We both do 15.
Okay.
Y'all put 100 push-ups on the line like grown men. Stop talking about 15 push-ups. What y'all trying to get into hospice?
All right, now look, let's do this, and then I got to get out of here because me and my son have haircut appointments in a couple of hours. So let's do this real quick. Brandon West has.
Ain't nobody go cut your hair. You ain't got a haircut.
Well, I got to get a shape up.
Mike, come on.
My son starts school on the 6th, so he's getting his haircut, and then I got to get a shape up because my line is looking a little crazy over here. So Brandon West has a question here, and I want to give a why or why not, depending on your guys' answer. We're going to start with everybody. We're going to go with Jaguayo. We're going to go with Swan. We'll go with LeBron, Melissa, Tara, and then me at the end, okay? So is this a Super Bowl team? Why or why not?
Yes, it is, because we have everything that we need. We have the depth. We beat all the contenders last year coming down to the end of the year. We beat the damn Rams 2 out of 3. We could have won them, and so yeah, they were a Super Bowl team.
I like that. Swan, what say you?
Okay, I normally say that you don't really have a Super Bowl window unless you have a top 10 QB. But this team is so good all the way around, and we've been there in 2019 with Jimmy, and we were damn close last year with Jimmy, that all Trey Lance needs to be is a little bit better, and what he adds to the team and all the things that the threats that he's on the field, right? That Jimmy doesn't pose a threat. It makes the Niners more multidimensional, right? So yes, I think we are a Super Bowl team.
All right, LeBron.
So I'm gonna say we are most definitely a Super Bowl contender, and let me tell you why. You know what they say, right? Defense wins championships, baby. That defensive line, this is the best secondary as far as corners are concerned that we've ever had.
Thank you.
This defense is going to carry us. Trey only has to manage the team like Jimmy did, but I got a feeling that Trey's going to be a little bit better at managing the team than Jimmy was. So if you ask me, this is definitely a Super Bowl roster. And bro, who's the threats? The Packers without Devontae Adams, we got them. The Rams, we own them. Who? Tom Brady in a team that don't have all the what he had before? I'm not worried about nothing, bro. This is a Super Bowl contending team. Defense is gonna carry us. Trey gonna hold us down, and it is what it is, bro. It's a Super Bowl caliber team. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on.
Danny Brazil makes a good point, because teams that repeat, Super Bowl teams that repeat, they're dominant when they win, right? Those teams, they're dominant. And the Rams were not freaking dominant. They eked out every win, from the Niner game, the Bengals game. Those were eked out wins.
The only one I think that wasn't eked out was Arizona. That's just because Kyler Murray sucks so bad.
Yeah, that was they blew them out.
All right, Melissa, you're up next. Is this a Super Bowl team?
Hell yes. 1. 2, to piggyback off of you, yes, the corners have something to do with it, but I also think Talanoa Hufanga has a lot to do with it. He's going to play the whole year. He's earned his starting position. He has an eye for the ball. He's not the fastest. You can knock him for coverage skills, but he has that I'm going to end plays, whether it's with my hands or my entire body, and you're going to feel my presence. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement over 2019, because the secondary was kind of holding on for dear life. Like, I know Sherman said on the sideline, you guys rush, we cover, but we're literally going to have that this year. We're going to have the rush and the cover. And I think what also is a huge thing is that we finally shored up our offensive groups aside from tight end. So we don't have just 1, maybe 2. We have maybe 5 legitimate receivers, depending on how you look at these guys. So you have a Jamon Jennings, you have the Brandon Ayuk, you have the Deebo Samuel, you have Ray, you have Danny. You have all these different guys with all these different talents. And then you have these nice, young, healthy running backs to go with it. So I think in a lot of those areas where we may have fallen or failed or kind of struggled with, or we're holding on for dear life with, those things have been shored up, and that makes it a little bit more easy to go on those kind of long playoff runs to the Super Bowl, because you have shored up some of your biggest weaknesses in the previous years.
You guys remember, just real quick, you guys remember when we did press man with Vic Fangio, like during the Harbaugh years, how press man with a pass rush can make quarterbacks look stupid bad, right? Mm-hmm. Like with zones, quarterbacks can get bailed out even with the rush because there's a guy wide open, right, sitting in the zone. But press man puts a lot of pressure, man, on quarterback. It can make quarterbacks look so bad.
Indeed, this is a Super Bowl caliber team. All the attributes and all the analytical advice that has been given, I echo the sentiment. Defense wins championships, and the average team to get to the playoffs holds a team to 21 points and under. It's historic. I've looked back at it time and time again. You got to hold them to 21 points. The offense should score on average 22 points and over. I'm pretty sure we can put up 22 points and over. The things we're arguing about, the things that we're debating about is what they call rich man's problem. We're on here talking about, well, I don't know if we should go with Trey or should we go with Jimmy?
That's not a question.
It's like talking about, man, I don't know if I should go with the Bentley or should I go with the Range Rover today.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Oh, Jimmy, a Range Rover now. Dang.
We got defensive ends, defensive tackles galore. We got the corners finally. To build a good box, you need corners.
I'm dying to see Travarius Ward.
We got safeties back there.
Linebackers.
We got
Linebacker.
a great defensive coordinator. I like our defensive coordinator more than I like the head coach, to tell you the truth.
Preaching to the choir there, Terrible.
The offensive line is going to get solidified by arguably the best offensive lineman since Anthony Munoz. We got a tight end that's all pro, another all pro wide receiver, a new rookie that's burning 4-3 flat, and Brandon Ayuk, who should have 1,000 yards this year.
Okay.
Coupled with the fact that all of this system and schemes are done and predicated on the running game, which we got 1, 2, 3, 4 capable running backs.
Talk your shit.
Dang,
And
you
the
didn't even
one
bring up
thing
Debo
our
yet.
offensive line is good at is run blocking.
We're gonna run it 38%. No, what's the breakdown? When we ran it 30 times, 30 times plus, we came away with W's, right?
Yep.
Yep.
We're gonna suck them in with the running game, and now we got a quarterback who's gonna stretch the field, all of its dimensions, 100 yards, 53 and a third from the other side to the other.
Okay. Talk that shit.
If something were to happen, we got somebody in there who can sustain it for 2 or 3 weeks and give it back and relinquish it right on back to the young man.
Great job.
I'm glad I went before you because I don't want to go after that.
As my daddy used to say, the hearse is loaded, the body is in it. All you got to do is put on the chauffeur hat and drive it.
Hey,
The best part is that they're gonna have to play us honest, and they're not gonna be able to load up the middle of the field anymore.
There you go.
And we haven't even mentioned the linebackers that we have. Best linebacker group in all of NFL.
Facts.
Well, I'm not going to be the only person to come on here and say no, so I'm just going to shut up, and we're gonna wrap this bad boy up.
Oh, you went in 2018 in the middle of the desert of crapitude and guaranteed a Super Bowl appearance for the next year, but you're not going to say with this roster and this quarterback that you feel that this is a Super Bowl roster?
This is how I see the NFC Championship happening, and I do think we get there. I think that we start to feel not having Alex Mack in there. I think that there starts to be a little bit of pressure, and I think a little too much is on Trey Lance to try to make something out of nothing.
But Alex Mack fell apart at the later part of the year.
Who would you rather have right now, Alex Mack or Jake Brunell?
Mac.
You want Mac?
Mac.
Yeah.
You want Mac? Mac is better, right? Mac is better.
So, Mike,
And now,
you saying it's
I'm
not
saying
a Super Bowl roster?
But you just said that
No,
you
he
just said that
yes,
you were
he-
comfortable with Brendel because he had experience with
I am.
Trey Lance. So wouldn't you rather go with the guy that he trusts?
Melissa pulling his card. Look, she pulling his card.
I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna go back to Mac. I'm sick of the freaking old veterans at center. It's like why I hated JC Treader. Like I'm sick of trading for the Weston Richburgs and bringing in these old guys that are gonna be here maybe a year or two at most, and then we're starting the process again. This guy, he's older, but he has enough where he hasn't been taking the beat down that all these other players have, that he can be here for a good few years, and then we can train up somebody else behind him.
Nick Zakel, remember the name.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. Good night to all, and stay blessed. And we'll see you on the next one.
All right.
Thanks for jumping in, bro. We appreciate you, man.
All right.
Have a
Good night.
Now, here's what it comes down to, right? It's not that I'm scared. I see the comment in there, right? Mike's scared. It's not that I'm scared. Like Melissa just said it. In 2018, when we were trash, I was like Niners going to the Super Bowl next year. I bet it and made money on it. So
that was one of the proudest moments when I asked you about that bet. And you were like, "Oh shit, I didn't even think anyone saw that, let alone was going to call me on that." And you got to show off and say that you went in there and everyone was shaking your hand.
That's right. I predicted the year before, right?
Yeah.
I think
last Battle of the Bay, you and Nick did that big long like call-in video where you guys were hanging out on the couch and you just made that bet. And he looked at you like you were crazy.
It's what happens, man. Sometimes you got to see it. You just got to see it to call it. You know what I mean? I do think we make the NFC Championship game. It's not a fail, and there is the chance that we could win it once we're in there, right? So let me be very clear what I'm saying. We're splitting hairs here, right? But to be the only person on this ledge feels a little scary right now. It does. But the NFC Championship game is not a failure of a season.
Mike,
it's not.
I wouldn't feel comfortable in my pick if you didn't automatically want to disagree with me.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So I'd rather get outnumbered and y'all be like, Mike told you. I want the I told you so. I would happily be wrong.
Like when you purposely shit on Juwan Jennings, that makes me love Juwan Jennings more because I know I'm right and you're going to be just going at these guys.
Michael, I want to ask, why is your Twitter avatar look like you're the dude in what you call it? The dude in what's the Big Lebowski?
Oh my God.
Am I right? Am I right? When I saw your Twitter, I thought you were like the dude.
The big, what is the big? I'm looking it up. It's a 1998 film.
It's a movie. The Big.
Is there a black person in this movie?
No, that's what I'm saying.
It's all white
that's the avatar. You look like the dude, bro.
Am I new avatar or the old one?
The one that is on our Twitter for Faithfully Fantasy Football fam.
The one where you look more swollen than normal. The one where you look a little more swollen.
Oh, you changed it? Oh man.
2 days ago I changed it, so it's like a side shot of my face.
Yeah. And he's got his earpiece.
You know what I'm talking about, though, Melissa, right? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what he's talking about. I've never seen. I don't know.
I've called out Mike enough tonight. I'm not going anywhere near there.
I'm trying to find it.
I'm looking at these pictures and I'm like, who the hell does he think I look like in this? It's not John Goodman. It's not Jeff Bridges. Who is it? You talking about my cartoon, Abby?
Jeff Bridges, the main character, Jeff Bridges. Yeah. That's what he's saying.
That's the new. No,
I'm trying to look. Hey, post something in 49 Faithful Lee real quick.
All right, we're gonna wake everybody up. That's crazy. I'm gonna put testing. That's wild.
Let me see. Oh no, that's a new one. I'm talking about the one before this. No,
the cartoon. Okay, all right. So the one we went to he's talking about my cartoon one. So we went to, it's a caricature. We went to the aquarium and my daughter and I did a daddy-daughter caricature drawing. So that's what that was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So okay, all right. So that's I was about to say how
you get me now, right?
I still don't see it. I don't know which dude. I have to see what Jeff Bridges looks like in this movie. So
isn't that still your picture on Twitter?
What the
cartoon?
No, I took that one down 2 days ago.
He changed it.
I just changed it.
He got a little side
So I've been on people's feed and they didn't even know it was
like
me.
a model.
I was in my work.
Actually, I haven't been on Twitter because I'm trying to stay away from all the crazy pro Jimmy people. So that's not about you.
You gotta get on
I
there
just
and
ignore
get my
block.
request. Tell me I followed you, Melissa. Come on.
I haven't been back on. I will
She
follow
blocked
you
me,
back.
right? She blocked me. I said one too many
Dude,
bad things.
I don't block you, Mike.
I'm just
I
playing.
don't.
I'm playing.
I don't mute anybody. If I block a bitch, I block a bitch, and it's for a specific reason. Okay, there's one and only one Jimmy fan that I've blocked, and it's because he used to be a friend and he turned into a complete and utter asshole, and that was Shan Club NFL Nick Cork. And then when he starts going on his podcast, even after I block him, even after I called him on his bullying me and other people, and using our Trey support as a deterrent and calling us sheep, and then I have like 20 people coming to me like. I thought y'all were close. Why is he talking about you? It's like, at the end of the day, you literally have to block them and just move on because you can't just keep living in the past because they're just going to be who they're going to be.
I feel you. I absolutely understand that. You know, sometimes you got to just step away from certain people. So, you know, gratefully, I'm not there yet. I haven't been blocked by Melissa. Despite my Jawan
Mike,
Jennings
I
thing.
will never block you, but I will always check you because I'm telling
Every
you
time.
and telling you and telling you. It's not that I have issues with you, although I did address the one issue I had with you in a DM, and you answered me back why, which I'm grateful to get that resolved. But you're not in Jersey anymore. You gotta have Jersey, okay?
I'm always
I can't.
Jersey. I'm Jersey to the core.
I can't have Tony be the only legitimate Jersey guy on this podcast anymore. You gotta have to have a little bit of home in you, and you're soft up there, and you gotta have.
Yo, she swears because I moved to Pennsylvania, I changed. That's not
You
it.
are soft. You're around softness.
See what
Come
I'm
on, you lived your whole life in this state. You know that we're a hell of a lot different than Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. It's a night. Even the drivers. Even
And
the drivers.
you don't have Nick anymore to fight with you. Tony doesn't even want to fight with you. He'll cuss you out if you like really push him. You need that pushback.
You should see the group chat. His ass cursed me out plenty. Look, DJ Malone, prove it. The Devils is actually the only New Jersey team that I claim. The only New Jersey team that I claim. That's it. I'm a Philadelphia Phillies fan. I'm a Charlotte Hornets fan in basketball.
Mike, that's not saying much since they're legitimately the last pro New Jersey team. The Nets left us. Even the Jackals are leaving Little Falls, New Jersey, in Yogi Berra Stadium. Like, the Devils are like the last ones, and even then, we had to beg them to stay and move out of the Meadowlands to stay in Jersey.
Last one standing. Swan, I heard you. I became a Niners fan out of pity, believe it or not. So I don't remember what the playoff game was. I was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old. My mom is a Cowboys fan. My dad is a Giants fan. I don't remember which game it was, but it was a playoff game. And they were like, come on, this is to go to the Super Bowl. I don't remember who we were playing. It was either the Cowboys or the Giants. And I was like, you guys are being mean. Everybody in the house was cheering for the opposite team. Mm-hmm. And I was like, you guys are being mean to the team with the red. And my mom was like, well, if you want to be a fan, then you do it. You want to cheer for them so bad, then you be a fan. And I was like, all right, well, then fine. Who are they? She's like, they're the 49ers. That's how it started.
Mike, that is the exact same way I became a 49er fan. My two older brothers are both Dallas Cowboy fans. Those wars that we were having in the early 90s. I'm a kid. I was born in 88. By 93, we were having parties every year. And I'm like, who's this other team? The year we beat them was the year I became a 49ers fan and watched us win the Super Bowl.
Mine was
story, my brother.
So
story.
I don't sound this old, but I am that old, right? Everyone thinks I'm in my 20s when I'm actually almost 50. But I became a Niners fan because all my brothers were Rams fans, and at that time, I live in LA.
Oh, okay. I almost threw up a little bit. All right.
Yeah. So what's it called? So at that time though, the Niners were awesome and the Rams were trash. And every time they would root against the Niners, I was like, dude, I'm not rooting for the team like your team that gets killed all the time. I'm rooting for the Niners. So that's how I became a 49er fan.
That's right, man. That's how you gotta do it. You gotta go against the grain sometimes. You know
I
what I'm
love
saying?
that everyone has a similar story to how I became a Niners fan right now.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is.
Mike knows that my father is diehard Giants fan, and my uncle and him would always butt heads every Thanksgiving and every Christmas because he was a diehard Cowboys fan, and they would have like a competition over me and my brother trying to get us to either be a Cowboy fan or a Giant fan. And me and my brother were just like so sick of it. We both watched TV one day. We were like, fell in love with two separate players. He fell in love with Brett Favre. I fell in love with Steve Young and Jerry Rice. To me, they were like Superman and Batman in real life. And I couldn't get enough. Brian fell in love with Brett Favre because he loved that whole gunslinger mentality. So that's how he became a Packer fan. I became a Niner fan. And we disappointed all of our families because we were so different.
Terradome, it's on you now, man. You got to tell us how you became a fan.
My daddy brought me up a Cowboys fan back in the Roger Staubach Tony Dorsett days. And in 1981, when I was 11 years old, we watched The Catch. And we saw Joe Montana go on to the Super Bowl. And then, brother, to solidify it, Mississippi Valley State, number 80, born October 13th, 1962, 22,895 yards, 1,549 receptions, 208 touchdowns.
Preach.
Every knee must bow, every tongue must confess.
Terradome.
It was over.
Terradome, do you follow Get 'em Boy on Twitter?
Get 'em Boy?
Yeah, Get 'em Boy Enterprises.
No, ma'am. No.
All right, so you have to type in at GETEMBOY. Get 'em Boy has been doing these edits. He's a content creator who creates a bunch of different artwork and stuff, and he actually sells it. He's doing a comic line right now, and he just made one for Jerry Rice that you got to check out.
I certainly will. Just don't.
Hey, Terradome, I was at that game. You know your poster with the one-handed catch?
Oh, that's
Jerry Rice. Yeah. I was at that game. I was at the Rams game in Anaheim. Okay. I went with two friends. One guy was a Cowboys fan. One guy was a Rams fan. Right. We went there. We're sitting in the nosebleeds on the opposite side of where he got that touchdown, which was bullshit because they said he went out of bounds, but they did a replay and he was not out of bounds. But anyways, I'm at the opposite
on the sidelines.
Yeah, and it was a bomb. I was in the back end zone, right, all the way up in the nosebleeds, and I told my friends, dude, he caught it with one hand. And they were like, because I'm always Jerry Rice all the time. So he's like, he didn't catch one. How could you even see that? I go, he caught it with freaking one hand. And next thing you know, they show up the replay on the freaking Diamond Vision. I go, I told your asses he caught that with one hand.
Jerry was it.
Dude, man. Jerry is the GOAT.
He is the GOAT of all GOATs. I've said it before. I'll say it again.
That's the dude. That's the dude.
Absolutely. And he didn't ever need some stupid ass tuck rule to make him the GOAT of all GOATs.
You know what's crazy? Nice. He outside of the ACL, he didn't miss a game. Outside of the dirty ass play Warren Sapp did not miss a game.
That day. I was in the Army. Yeah, I remember it. Mm-hmm.
And I believe the only player that's come back from an ACL injury to play in the same season. And then broke his knee in a touchdown.
Yep. It was a Monday night against Denver. It was Joe Montana night, and he wanted to make it. He wanted to get back. He kind of rushed himself.
Yeah, he kind of rushed it. And he broke his other kneecap.
Yep. He scored on the play, though.
Yeah, he scored on the play.
What was Terrell Owens' injury? Because he came back. Oh, that was just a broken leg, right? I don't think that was an ACL.
Yeah, he broke his leg.
Wasn't the only other ACL that came back within like a year? It wasn't the season, but it was within that year timeline. Was Adrian Peterson? Was 9.5 months or something?
Yeah, he came back the next year.
Jerry Rice came.
Yeah, but I meant like calendar-wise, it was less than a year. It was like 7.5 or 9.5 months, and it was like
back in 4.5 months.
Everybody was talking about how he was superhuman.
Yeah,
you're right, Melissa. I remember that.
Jerry, 4.5 months.
But he had a year of rehab. He had an off season. We're saying Jerry did this.
Oh, I'm not knocking Jerry, but I'm just saying like the one that I remember because
let me give him his flowers. He did this. This was the first
4.5 months
of the year that year against Tampa when Warren Sapp face masked him and he tore his ACL. He was back game like 14, I think it was.
My point about putting that out was because nobody talks about that. My point was that the only one I've ever heard about doing that kind of a leap that gets talked about to this day is still Adrian Peterson, which I think is an indictment because it's still my argument about Roger Craig. Like, we're talking about Marshall Faulk, we're talking about CMC, we're talking about all these people who've done the 1,000,000, but nobody ever gives credit to the original person who did the 1,000,000.
They talk about the fruit. They talk about the root. And another thing about Randy Moss, he broke the record for a single season touchdowns with 23.
Jerry did it in 12.
Jerry did it in 12 games in 1980. A strike-shortened year, he had 22. I mean, he was doing crazy.
Extrapolated,
stuff.
that would be like 28 TDs, bro.
He had some rushing touchdowns that year.
And then here's another argument. Anyone that wants to say crap to you, but he had Joe Montana and Steve Young. Dude, Jerry Rice with backup QBs. I tweeted this out. His extrapolated from his 28 games or whatever it was would have turned out to an average season of like 1,600 yards, 14 TDs, and like 98 catches. And that's with backup QBs.
Okay, but
legitimate backup QBs.
Swan Song. They also did
it into a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but Swan Song, I also think that's the Niner bias because, I mean, Marshall Faulk was part of the greatest show on turf. They always call it the greatest roster and everything else. And he was part of that dominant year, but he doesn't get credit for what he did. You know, they talk about the great Cowboys dynasty with all those guys. I mean, Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith that had big players all around them. Like, so I don't understand why for other teams it's a boom.
East Coast bias.
But it's a discredit when it comes to this team. And I think it has a lot to do with Eddie DeBartolo and the hatred a lot of people still have for him. But
it's East Coast bias is one, and the other one for like as far as the Rams. Well, the Rams didn't even love themselves. They went from LA to freaking St. Louis, and now they're back to LA. Like they don't even love themselves. So who else is gonna love them, right? So then, as far as Eddie DeBartolo, is because he was doing all these things. Look at the hate that they could have for the Niners. Bill Walsh comes in, changes the game. Everything that you see in the NFL right now, even with Bill Parcells was reading Bill Walsh's book. Even Bill Parcells is reading that book. So West Coast, he changed
every
everything.
coach reads this book right here.
Yeah.
West Coast.
And
shut up, Turtle.
This is a collector's item.
And then you add on top of that if I guarantee you, if it was Jerry Jones that got caught in that riverboat scandal, you wouldn't have heard anything about it. But since it was Eddie D at the height of the 49ers, it's like they wanted to take his ass out. And they did.
Somebody got caught at a massage parlor. I ain't saying no name.
Yeah. It's like,
no,
come on.
I still think the Cowboys should be getting more trouble for what they did.
So
having those illegal cameras in the cheerleading locker room and Jerry Jones sweeping it under the rug, that's one of the most disgraceful things ever.
Yeah, and you check it out. Like, if you don't think any of these big billionaire guys that owns teams have done what Eddie DeBartolo did right there to grease the wheels, all these guys.
Daniel Snyder ran away on his yacht, and they had to have people flown out to his yacht trying to give him a subpoena. So
it's crazy.
Listen, guys, we got to run. We got 2 super chats I got to read really quick. Thank you guys for the super chats. Brian the Goat 1 says, I live in PA as well. I live in Altoona. I just graduated from the same high school as Kevin Givens. We were talking about him earlier. Man. Thank you so much for the super chat. And then the last one here from our guy and participant tonight, Jaguayo. He left, listened, and still made another super chat just because you put up with my nonsense. Great show. All you guys feel great. 49ers legacy continue and great end. Go Niners, man. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause. You guys did phenomenal tonight. I really appreciate you guys jumping on. Phenomenal job.
Thank you.
Great show. Look at this, man. Almost 4
Hours.
Oh man,
That was
I'm gonna
fun.
go get in bed.
was fun,
And my
boys.
wife, I know this is what's gonna happen when I go inside. I'm gonna go get in bed. My wife is gonna look at me. She's gonna reach for her phone and be like, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You better not miss that appointment for the haircuts in the morning. If I miss this appointment for the haircut, my son's birthday is also on Tuesday, so his first day back to
Happy
school.
birthday, man.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Early
to
happy
your boy.
birthday.
Happy birthday to your boy.
We'll be doing a show on Tuesday also, so you guys can tell him, on the show and everything. But if I miss this haircut, she is going to kill me. So I'm going to get out of here, guys.
Hey, Mike, what happened to Niner?
Oh, we had to get rid of Niner. So the dog.
Get rid of him?
Yeah, no. He was rehomed. He was rehomed. So the vet thinks that he developed like a jealousy with me and my daughters. My daughters, he was like this with them. Like I have pictures with him laying on them laying on him and all that stuff. And out of nowhere, for the last 8 months of him being here, they couldn't pet him. If they said his name, he was growling at them. And it was never like this. But like my daughter, my baby girl, could pick up food and while he was eating and give it to him, and like he would eat.
Was he fixed?
No. So I asked the vet about getting him fixed.
That's the reason why.
No. I asked the vet. I said, should I get him fixed? Because I wanted to keep him. This was a $3,000 dog. Like I didn't want to just get rid of him. And the vet was like, listen, she goes, you can do it. She was like, but this isn't a hormonal thing. This is a personality trait. And for a vet to tell you, don't get him fixed, because that's not it. That was the biggest red flag for me. And so, I was like, listen, if he does something to my daughters, then I would have had to get rid of him. But, so he snarled at my daughter one day. He's in the kitchen. We're in the living room. And she was like, why does Poppy have marks on him? We called him Poppy. Like that was his pet name. Right. And all she did was say his name. He looked and showed teeth and started like growling at her. Dang. I was like, that's it. He's got to go. Gotta go. This is a 110-pound dog. I can't chance something happening when I'm not home or whatever. Like he's got to go. So he was rehomed. He's, as far as I know, he's doing okay. I don't check up on him. I don't want to be that guy. Like, oh, how's my dog doing? Like, right. We rehomed him. He's gone. I let him go. And we're looking to get a new one though. The next one's going to be even bigger though. So I gotta really be.
Mike,
we're gonna get an English Mastiff.
Did you ever see my DM up to you about the shelter here in Jersey?
I don't think so. If I didn't reply to it, I must have missed it.
Okay. So my two dogs, I don't know if you've ever seen them on podcasts before, but they're both rescues from the Bergen County Animal Shelter here in Teterboro, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. The two things that they have the most of, since you said you like big dogs, are tons of cats and bigger like pit bull mixes that a lot of people don't want to give homes to. So if you want to give a home to a dog that is going to have a harder time to get a home, especially in Jersey, because not a lot of people want those bigger dogs.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the places you might want to look at, because they have tons of cats and bigger dogs that are having a harder time.
Yeah. My wife and I were considering a pit for the next dog also. So I would definitely keep that in mind. The
worst one was they had a female puppy. She was no longer like 2-3 years old. She was a puppy mill dog that they used her up and had litter after litter after litter. And when she couldn't have puppies anymore, she's a half Dalmatian, half pit bull. And they used to put her in the front window. She was scared of people. It broke my heart that they kept like forcing her out there, and she was terrified of people.
Yeah. And that's what we got to be cautious with. We have to know the history of the pets and all that stuff if we don't get one as a puppy, because a dog that's timid around people is not going to be good around kids that are like, hey, come play with me. Like that's going to make them even, what you
got to do is that you have to bring your family with you to meet the dog, and you have to make sure that they don't dope them up, because some shelters, if it's the wrong crew that's in, they dope up the dog and they're nice when you visit them. And then when you get them home, they're a different way, because our Yorkie, I love him to death. We wouldn't treat him away at anything, but he was doped up when we went and visited him. So he was like really calm, really cool. Like it was during I don't know if you remember this, the 2011 earthquake in the middle of August.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this dog, I kid you not, if it rains, he freaks out now. But back then, he didn't freak out a tad whit. So he was an 8-month-old dog that they doped up. We brought him home. We got attached to him. We weren't going to return him, but a lot of other people might have, because, it was a complete flip-flop. So you got to be like really careful with certain shelters and certain stores that they dope up these dogs and then they have them completely different when you bring them home.
Yeah, make multiple visits and things like that unannounced, so they don't know you're coming to look at that dog.
Yeah.
And everything. Yeah. Yep. There's a
Better
lady
get
at my
Stigma,
job.
man.
Yeah,
Especially because I know
I'm
you
gonna be
have a
going.
bunch
Yeah.
of young kids, and I don't want any of them to ever get endangered, especially on my recommendation. So,
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. But guys, we're gonna get out of here. Great show tonight, guys. Again, thank you all for jumping on and making it happen. I appreciate you guys, and we are gonna get out of here, man. Y'all know how we sign out? Y'all
Yes,
ready
sir.
for it?
Yes, sir. Hey, wait, Mike, real quick. I just want to say this. I'm not gonna hold you. I know you gotta go. I appreciate it, man, for opening up your forum and letting me get on. You know
no
what I mean?
problem.
Hey, I'm really appreciative of it. And I just want to do a shameless plug because I do got my podcast. I'm new.
Do it, man.
I'm just starting off. But hey, from the Beta LA 49er podcast, check me out. Your boy LeBron. I got my co-host, my boy Primo. I got to do a plug, Mike. It wouldn't be right if I didn't do
Absolutely.
it. But hey,
Absolutely.
But on everything, man, I appreciate you opening up and letting me hop on, man. All love, baby.
From the Bay to LA.
and I gotta
from the Bay, the number 2 LA 49er podcast.
Okay.
Check me out, man.
I'm
Check
looking
me
for
out.
you, man. I'm be looking for it. All right.
LeBron, DM me
Thank
your links so that I can tweet them out later.
Absolutely.
After I get some
will.
sleep.
I
We'll do some
definitely will.
retweets and
Thank you,
stuff.
Mike. I
Absolutely.
appreciate you, brother.
That's awesome.
All right. No problem.
And if you guys are a Nothing But Niners fan and you're more a Mike fan, you can also check him out on Niners Hive. It's the Red and Gold Standard podcast or Niners Hive. You can type it into YouTube. He's on with Zach and Matt all the time, and it's a nice little crossover between the two shows.
Yeah.
Right.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I had an awesome time. I'll probably visit again.
All right, Swan. Thanks
Hey,
for jumping
Mike,
in.
are you ever going to have the overreaction shows back on the regular YouTube? Because I
Oh,
can't afford
absolutely.
Patreon, and I miss your overreaction shows.
Nothing changes about our regular weekly schedule. We're going to have the pre-games here. We're going to have the game preview. We're going to have the overreaction show. Nothing changes about the YouTube. Patreon is a whole different section of shows. Nothing changes. The only thing that's over on Patreon, I can't even say that we did here.
I just asked because when you said during the preseason you had the preseason show, pre-game show on YouTube, then you switched over to Patreon for the live watch, and then you never switched back for the post game.
No, we just haven't done any post-game shows. We haven't done
Okay.
any this season. That's all. You didn't miss anything. We didn't do any yet. So they will be here, right here on Nothing But Niners, where they've always been. Nothing changes. There's no way I can take shows away from you guys for all the years of support. There's no way I could stay. Oh, that's it. You don't get this show anymore. You got to come over here and get it. Nothing changes.
And,
over here.
you know, if you ever want like another female on the show besides Mariah, I'm always down.
All right, I got you. I'm gonna hold you to it. All right.
Hey, holla at me too, Mike.
You know where my DMs are. You have my phone number.
All right. All right.
Hey,
here
don't
we
be
go.
surprised when 201 calls you anymore. It's Jersey.
All right, Mike, let's go.
Come
Go
on
ahead.
now.
Sign us
Y'all
off.
ready?
Come on, Mike. Let's
See
go.
if we can do this. Prepare for glory.
Anticipate pain.
But always remain faithful.
Faithful. Let's go.
Be out of here. Peace.
Peace out, Charles.
We all gas, no brakes, pumped up, no fakes. We spinning, we winning, we high stakes. We never miss, we all makes. Look at us dudes trying to prove, bringing you news with nothing to lose. Mike, Nick, Tony, Wayne, Method Man, we bring the pain. Hey, see, I'ma confess it. We under the pressure. If you looking to find us, we them nothing but Niners. We nothing but Niners. We nothing but Niners. We nothing but Niners. We nothing but we them nothing but Niners.